Okay. Gitu. kuidas on kuuldavusega? Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me very well. Uh, yes, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our fifth annual edition of the International Right-Wing and Nationalist Conservative Conference, Etnofutur. Due to the current pandemic situation, we have decided to move this event online. Hopefully, it will create some interesting opportunities. More people will be able to attend and watch. We also have many esteemed guests from all around the world. However, I would like to go over some ground rules, some information. We have the live chat going on in both Facebook and YouTube. So I would ask you to keep it civil, appropriate, things like that. Basic ground rules. We will have 9 speeches. You probably have all seen the timetable for it, and after every single speech, there will be some time for questions, and just type them in the chat, and I will choose a few of them, the ones that seem the most interesting and the most appropriate. But without further ado, I will give the speaking turn over to our chairman, Karl-Johan Bachowski, who will give a small introductory speech.
Nationalist greetings to everyone. I would like to welcome you to our 5th annual Etnofutur conference. Though this year is a bit different, as many of you might have noticed, we're not together in one room or in a conference hall, but instead here on a stream, listening and presenting from home. It's truly a shame, but hard times call for drastic measures. As the elusive coronavirus continues to spread all around the world, with governments restricting our rights, forcing us home, we keep the spirit of nationalism alive through any means necessary. Even if we sadly can't meet face to face, we will always find a way to share our ideas, messages with people and each other. We shall never surrender. We shall never break. As we're all united by the ideas of freedom and nationalism, we remain strong and vigilant anywhere, anytime. Even if many can't attend our torchlight march this year, we will still make it happen, no matter what. The new government made the limit of public gatherings to be 250 people. We won't let this destroy our spirits. And we will march steadfast for Estonia, its people, its freedom. And even if it's just 250 people, it's the idea that counts. We won't let this pandemic ruin your movements. We won't let this silence our ideas, smother our spirits. It's only temporary. We will rise from this battle stronger than ever, but only if you remain vigilant and focused. I hope to be giving a speech to all of you next year, with all of us here in one room together, sharing our thoughts and ideas with nothing to hold us back. And I hope to be attending conferences of your own in your own countries, dear friends. I wish all of you the best of luck, the best of health, and then I hope you enjoy what's to come at our conference today. Long live Estonia, long live Europe, long live freedom. Eesti Eest.
Thank you very much, Karl-Johan. That was definitely inspiring and a good opening for our conference. Now we will start with our esteemed guests. The first one of which he is Pyrli Soinio, the chairman of the Finnish youth organization Uudenmaan Akseli. And he will talk to us today about free speech, its limits, and its practical applications within the framework of a nation state. Pyrli, please.
Hey, people. Pyrli here. First of all, I'm coming to you from a gap cabin in the Finnish woods. Yeah, let me tell you a little secret. I'm not really much of an expert in introductions, and hate their repetitive nature. Now that I have made that clear and hopefully distinguished myself from the rest, I can go on to make the same introduction as everyone else. My name is Pyrli Soinio, and I'm the chairman of Uudenmaan Akseli. We organize sports, lectures, and networking events for young people in the Uusimaa province. Our organization works under Suomen Sisu and focuses more on arming our members with the skills they need to take part in politics instead of making yet another attempt at winning elections. Our goals are to develop and better the young people, especially the young nationalists within Finland. But Finnish politics is something my good friend Toni Jalonen will address in his speech, which I too look very much forward to. Well, at first I thought that going over the definition of free speech would be redundant, but then I saw the generous time frame I had been given for my speech, and I thought that I needed a little extra filler as to not appear dumb. So let's take it to a high school philosophy class level first. Freedom to do something is a right and a privilege afforded to an individual or a group, usually by the larger society. This commonly applies to stuff you're allowed to do on your own time and stuff you are entitled to, such as a right to get educated, etc. etc. Yeah. And speech is the act of espousing one's beliefs, expressing oneself, etc. And this includes politics, arts, comedy, storytelling, and much, much more. Freedom of speech is a right or a privilege afforded only to those chosen by the society they live in. So it makes perfect sense that freedom of speech is a human right that is currently under attack by the powers that be. Well, fortunately for me, I don't really put that much value on human rights. All joking aside, the idea that freedom of speech or any other freedom or right for everyone is a virtuous thing is an extremely widespread thought within our societies. Phrases like "I disagree with what you have to say, but will defend your right to say it until my death" are frequently thrown out by people calling themselves nationalists and conservatives, etc. So let's examine what that phrase actually means. Disagreeing with someone about politics means you do not think their vision for the future of our nations or our people would be beneficial. But actually, instead, you think that they might be quite harmful to your nations or your people. Both things that I presume most of you love. So basically, these nationalists or patriots or conservatives who are supporting the political aspirations of people they themselves claim would be harmful to what they claim to love. And I don't really find that train of thought that compelling or logical. I disagree with what you have to say, but will defend your right to say it. Sounds quite smart, but it is just quite a dumb quote favored by pseudo intellectuals on the internet and not much else. Saying these saying this, someone might assume that I'm very much pleased with the deteriorating situation of free speech worldwide. Well, I'm not really thrilled by this, as the only freedom of speech that is currently disappearing is our freedom of speech. As I believe we represent a thoroughly beneficial vision for the future of our nation states and our peoples. Therefore, I obviously don't see our situation worsening as a positive development, which is quite logical. However, after even a rudimentary examination of the situation, we arrive at the conclusion that our enemy bad, and therefore their freedom of speech bad, and we good, yes, and our freedom of speech therefore is good. The left is often accused of being hypocritical and having a mentality of for me but not for thee. I think that is a mindset that we have to embrace ourselves, at least behind closed doors. The logic behind us being good and the enemy being bad might seem a bit silly or simplistic, but it's actually quite sound logic when you think about it. If the enemy wasn't evil, at least from our perspective, they wouldn't be our enemies, and so on. When we advance our goals, we are advancing towards a better future. And when we let our enemies advance their goals, we are letting them to work towards a dystopia. And if someone isn't sure enough of their opinion's merit at this point and thinks that, well, there is something to be gained from letting the enemy spout their talking points, they really ought to spend more time looking into what they actually believe. Well, as folks who are often censored, it would make perfect sense to support a wider freedom of speech and yell about being censored at every opportunity. Well, we somewhat should still continue to do that. This, however, isn't something we can cling on to if we are to even consider forging a new and prosperous era for our nation states in the future. As our enemies hold positions of power, they are censoring what they deem to be harmful to their ideal society. Things such as supporting normal marriages, taking pride in one's heritage, are all getting the virtual or sometimes the physical boot. These aren't tolerated as the enemy considers these to be abhorrent to the future they want to achieve. To effectively reach a conclusion as to how to approach free speech, as to what we want to censor, we only need to think of what we find abhorrent or disgusting. Well, what are the things we truly hate and despise? Or what are the things that threaten what we deeply love and wish to protect? I think most of us can name at least a dozen phenomena or concepts we hate about the modern world. Or alternatively, a dozen things that threaten what we love. Me, personally, I despise the LGBT movement and find it, quite frankly, to be a disgusting thing. It, well, and the main reason for that is that it threatens basic human life, families, the family unit. The only way we, at least nowadays, know to have a healthy childhood and achieve happy adult life. You know, I also despise immigration for what it is doing to my nation, and I am disgusted by the spineless fucks who tolerate it all. For I love what they wish to harm. The LGBT stuff, the propagation of mixed race marriages, are all things I do not want to see in media, entertainment, social media, and especially not in our schools where it can infect the minds of our children. The opinions and goals of our enemies are as harmful to the minds of our people as tobacco, drugs, or porn are to their physical well-being. Mostly because our enemy doesn't see anything wrong with poisoning oneself, one's family, or one's nation with lies and deceit. They want to achieve a future where we are ruined and destroyed and by long won't even exist anymore. Everything we wanted to achieve in this world through the generations and as a nation would not exist. Probably after a few thousand years, no one would even remember we existed. So, as some less determined people might cry out and claim that it is beneficial for everyone to be allowed to form their opinion, with all sides being allowed to represent themselves fairly and evenly. I would want to ask a question here. When has our enemy represented themselves fairly or evenly? Note, themselves, not us. When have they ever based their propaganda and promises on anything but harmful lies meant to deceive the easily persuaded? Even when we are allowed to speak equally with them, it doesn't mean that both sides are represented. It means that we represent our own views and they tell whatever lies and use whatever brainwashing techniques that get them into power. They claim that they want to end racism for us to live peacefully with others, when in actuality they wish to end our people and burn our nations to the ground. They claim they want to end bigotry towards gays and transsexuals and all that other stuff, when they actually want our families shattered and our children molested. So you see, it isn't just that they don't treat us fairly, but that they as a whole are just purely harmful to the future we aim to achieve. As with slander and misrepresentation of one's character, even these aren't allowed because these really aren't opinions so much as just criminal acts aimed at harming or misrepresenting an individual or a group. So from a moral perspective, our enemies are at best misguided fools to maybe rehabilitate into normalcy, and at worst, criminals of the most depraved variety. And it's just a matter of time until they are depraved criminals from a legalistic perspective as well. Well, from my bumbling rant so far, one might think that I have no appreciation for freedoms within my heart, or that I would just love for the future to be a cartoonish hellscape of political policing. Well, I don't. I just think that as with any nation, we need to have a homogenic enough populace, not just when it comes to ethnicity, but also political thought. The nation state is a vehicle for a people achieve their dreams, but when the tires, the round things of this vehicle start to go into different destinations, and the passengers start forcibly taking the wheel and steering it wildly to right, to the left, and all the other, it usually ends in a crash. And after this crash, the driver of the vehicle, if his head is in the right place, will change the faulty tires, make sure the passengers behave before continuing on the journey. When we actually have a functional nation state and the people within it are have at least similar goals and aspirations, as has been the nature of nation states for quite a long time now, I see no reason to limit the freedom of those who partake in our society and live within it peacefully. I would, for example, like to have the widest possible freedom to bear arms and to pursue prosperity. I don't think that freedoms are inherently bad. I just think that our society can't afford most of them right now, because our society, at least in Finland, includes too diverse of a crowd at the moment. For freedom is something that requires a very particular mindset within a nation to prosper. It is a desire that isn't found in most places. And that is why so much of the world doesn't have even the most rudimentary of freedoms. If freedom is to have a future, it is in a nation state where many share this desire. These nation states are almost without European in nature. So even from the standpoint of freedom, it does not pay to try and kill the only thing sustaining it. I'm not really looking at this from the perspective of freedom. From the perspective of freedom being a goal in itself. But still, even if I was, there would be no reason to not filter out those who seek to destroy our societies and, well, the freedoms alongside them. I thank you for listening to my speech, and I wish you all success in your future endeavors. Also, I would like to extend many thanks to Sininen Äratus for conducting our group, Uudenmaan Akseli. And we look forward to deepening our relations with you in the future. This is the end of my speech. Have a good one, guys.
All right, thank you ever so much, Buruli. That was a very interesting opening. We will now take any questions that the viewers might have. Please write them in the comments, preferably in English.
You can also write in Finnish if you want, but
Yeah, well,
I don't think you, our host, will.
yeah, we you know, it's all the same Finno-Ugric sphere, so it's pretty much everything is understandable to everyone.
Yeah.
I do myself have a question. Wouldn't you? Well, what is your opinion on my opinion that in order to have a functioning state, with these freedoms, you mentioned the homogeneity of political thought, but wouldn't
Yes.
wouldn't a both ethnic and cultural homogeneity already sort of presuppose a functioning functioning system which allows for some diversity in political thought? What I mean is that if people, let's say, the sort of nationalist thought is already a default in the sense that people agree on the basic facts that we need to preserve our nation, our ethnicity, our culture, then wouldn't that sort of framework existing allow for diversity in political thought? For example, you might have reactionary conservatives and, let's say, futurists who both agree on those basic principles, but they still have different views on how to achieve their goals.
Well, if I can answer now, I'd say that, as with anything, human beings, their opinions and goals are part of their personality somewhat, and that personality is of course made up of biological and social and all this stuff, which is ethnicity and culture respectively. But well, to ensure that we stay homogenic nation, I think there needs to be some restrictions, and that's why I think this is that we have strayed quite far, at least for now, from any sort of homogeneity. But don't take me like wrong. I don't want 100%. I just said homogenic enough. So basically, if there is I just think it should be codified somewhat. The limit of freedom of speech. It is fine to think differently, but like things like questioning the right to exist for our people should be, well, banned, in my opinion. It is not an opinion that is it shouldn't be aired in a healthy nation. It is something that we should never question, for example. Does that answer your question?
Yes, in fact, it does. So yes, I mean, I think everyone pretty much here can agree on the fact that there are essentially some things that you can't question or shouldn't question, in the sense that even people on more on the liberal side, for example, here in Estonia, they would not, or even the most liberal parties in Estonia, their members, I doubt they would propagandize things that have happened, let's say, in Western Europe, that you wouldn't hear from anyone here in Estonia that people questioning the right of our nation to exist.
Well, we have that in Finland at least, and I would like there to be as stringent of a system as the left has against us in many nations. Against, we just flip it on its head. Instead of you can't question the rights and freedoms and existence of black people, you just put Finnish people in there, and the legal text is pretty much usable. There is some questions about banking in the YouTube comments.
Yes, I will. I will. Yeah. Well, it's a bit sort of divergent from our theme, but yes, it seems like an interesting question. I'll put it on the screen right now.
Yes. So, do you read that question or do I just?
Yeah. Just go ahead. It's shown on the screen. Everyone can
All
see it.
right. What is my thoughts on state banking as opposed to international finance or private banking? Well, I for one do not like this current system of international finance and private banking. I think that as money is something that affects all of us, that which controls the money will have a possibility to make moral decisions and affect our lives in a very, very drastic ways. And I think that is why the banks should be in controlled by the state. And I don't mean like just any state. For a state to be legitimate, it needs to be a nation state that is working in the interest of its people. Of course, that is something I just presume. And yes, I would like for Finland to have its own currency back, and also all of the power to make its own laws and not obey European Union laws and all of that stuff. As someone in the comment section said, vittu EUsta ja mamut ulos Suomesta. Yes, very much this.
All right. Thank you very much for your answer. I would still like to elaborate a bit on the discussion that we had earlier about the homogeneity of political thought. In Blue Awakening, for example, I mean, yes, we do have people with different opinions on different things. For example, I would, personally, I do have some disagreements with people on policy and things like that, but we still do share the same goal.
Yes,
of
the same goal. That is very
yes,
much
exactly the same goal. Maybe the methods are different, maybe the opinions are different on the fact, but I think that political thought, or being homogenous in political thought, isn't that necessary. Of course, it might help, but it does have also the risk of stagnation. But when the culture is the same in essence, the principles under which we operate are the same. The goals are, if not same, at least very similar. Then within that framework, I believe
yes.
a nation states for for a for a functioning system for a nation state actually needs some diversity of thought, in my opinion.
Yes, because we all aren't experts on every subject, and the free form of ideas for things that should and would benefit the nation state, as long as that is the pretext and the framework. We want to benefit our people and our nation state or nation, as long as people agree that we are a distinct people and they have a realistic understanding of the definition of a people, that is as much homogeneity as I would like. But that framework, in my opinion, needs to be enforced at least for some time after we gain power, because it won't be a, how do you say it won't be itsestäänselvyys, something to be taken for granted And I think that it needs to be codified into law, and we need to have a real, like, stern uh, way of looking at it. We cannot allow anyone to go propagating the idea that we don't have the right to exist, or we should not hate, for in Finland example, that we should not have a military. That is one thing. It's not actually really about the ethnicity, but if someone would say, yeah, we shouldn't have a military, that would basically be like saying we shouldn't exist, because if we don't have a military, well, then we will be Russian in a year, basically. And that it actually extends to the marriage stuff. Like, there is some stuff that I don't think has any benefit of having like disagreements on. I don't mean that everyone needs to have the exactly same conception of military marriage or any of those things, but it can't go to those views that our enemy, the left, or I hate using the word left. It just sounds silly to me sometimes. It's repeated so often. That our enemy at the moment has. Those views cannot be allowed if we are to exist, in my opinion. But disagreements on things that our side at the moment proposes, it's completely fine by me. As long as it's in that spectrum, and in the finance and stuff like that, it's I don't think it's as much of a strict place.
All right. Thank you very much. We do have some interesting questions here, a few in a row. I will. What I actually found quite interesting was this one. So, translation: what is the same goal we are working towards? So, I think just maybe articulate what is the end goal of our movements and our ideas.
Well, this is of course my opinion, but I think the end goal of our movement is for European peoples to have prosperous and homogenic nation states, which are free to pursue the benefit of their people. That's as shortly as I can put it. There are some questions about what is my opinion on Russia.
Exactly, that was the next one I was going
to. Very, very nice. Well, I don't like Russia. I actually think that it is the eternal enemy of Finland and Finnish people, and to an extent the Finno-Ugric people. And about communism, I think we should, exterminate it, ban it, not allow it. Pretty much, there is there is no reason to like communism or the Russians.
All right. This one question, what I saw is this one. I think that is quite a constructive question.
Could you read it? I have something on my screen that is.
Yes, of course, I can read it. Can freedom of speech, with your principles, be argumented in a way that it, quote, includes all political sides, end quote? For example, why this group has freedom of speech, but this group hasn't, and why is this?
As I said in my speech, the goals of the enemy are totally harmful to our people and our nations. And we have established that to be the case a lot of times. They lie that it won't be harmful to anyone, it will be just kumbaya and living in peace. But, their goal, sometimes their stated goal, is to exterminate European peoples. And, I do not think those people should have any freedom of speech. Simply because, as my caveman brain would put it, they bad.
All
Please
right.
Sweden.
Do we have any more questions? All right. Here's a good one. Do you think political unions like the EU should exist or should not exist?
Well, I think the framework and extent of political unions dictating things within nation states should be clearly limited to a singular role per union. Basically, having intermarium, something that Olenia will probably mention, as a military alliance against Russia, having a trade agreement for oil and steel. You know, the basic idea of EU before the aggressive expanding of it. Yes, so I think they should exist, but they should never go over the legislative power of individual nation states.
All right. Another interesting question. We still have some time. What are your organization's short-term goals in Finland?
Well, it is to educate and develop the young people and bring them together. Have a group of people that like to work together and have like a inside circle, so that when people go into politics, they aren't alone, even though they have more radical opinions. For example, if they go to some party that might not be so radical but might just be convenient for them to get some political power and affect change, they will still have an inner group to ponder things, reflect, and basically they don't have to rely their friendships on political parties or people that they just work with. That's my answer basically.
We still have, there's actually a discussion in the comments that I found quite interesting, which also we'll take two questions still. The first one was, well, not more of an observation rather than a question, but there are two comments here, one after each other. There is no point in hating Russia, and there is no point in liking Russia. So I guess does that, in your opinion, illustrate the very divergent views of nationalists? Even though we might have the same goals, but let's say the opinion on Russia is different.
Well, for Finland, the Russia question, so to say, is one that is a question of our existence or not. Russia is an enemy, always has been an enemy, and has demonstrated that they are our enemies so many times in history that I don't think I can count them. Could I answer a question from Jakobson, or do you have some?
Yes,
question?
yes, that was the one I was going to put next as the.
Well, I actually can't see it. Could you read it?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
All right. What do you think of global trade, finances, or protectionism?
Well, I think that if we can get more money to stay within our nation state and have a better price for goods that we produce, we should do it. We should use protectionism to do that. Any benefit we can have to our people is a plus in my book. But one caveat: if we have brother nations like Estonia and a nation we want to be friendly with, that I think there are many of, we might have to, have different trade agreements with them. But all basically, I don't think that we should ever put global markets like factories in China on the same level as factories in Finland, in Estonia, and Europe, unless we, for some goddamn reason, absolutely have to. Like, I could not, think of a situation that this current free global finance would be a good thing. I think if we have a steel factory in here, it's better to have it here than somewhere else. It's basic logic, I think.
Thank you very much. I think if there aren't any more questions, there's still the discussion of to be or not to antagonize Russia or to antagonize Russia. It's still going on in the comments, but
how about a long march through institutions, infiltration of liberal institution by Crypto Perus?
Hold on, let me try and.
Could I take
yes.
that one maybe?
Yes, of course. If I can just find it, you can start answering the question. I will put it on the screen when I see it.
Yes. Well, the long march through institution is something we have to do. It is that is basically why Uudenmaan actually is the way it is. It is not a political party. It is just a group of people that coordinate, and we have our people in many different places at this moment too. And we all coordinate what we want to do, what the demands we want to get through, and all kind of that stuff together. But that is yes, that is very very much what I think our movement should do. It doesn't really matter if the institution is bad or cocked or whatever. If you can have a group of friends or like-minded individuals, keep your head about you and climb the ladder without compromising your views, like in your head. Not, I don't mean like within public life or something like that. You don't need to be a spastic about it. But if you can get into power without being corrupted, well, it's a gain. Absolutely a gain. That's how the left did it, and that's how we should do it.
Thank you very much. There's still time for one short question that I've seen that has popped up quite a few times. Will there be branches or more branches of Uudakseli across Finland, or let's say, operating under the same principles and structures?
Well, I originally planned on talking about that a little bit as well in my speech, but I scrapped that idea because it's on the infant stages. But yes, we are thinking of, with Suomen Sisu, having a basic youth thing and having all the little youth groups across Finland working under it and having their own local things, and basically having the same rules as Uudenmaan actually have, but nationwide. Nicely said, Steadman.
Yes, I found that comment to be quite appropriate and quite a hot take, as said.
Yes, it is very very much a good take in my opinion too.
Yes. But Pyrrhuli, I think our time is coming quickly to an end. It was very nice to have you as a guest for the first time,
Yes.
and hopefully we in Sininen Rattus, we will remain in touch with you and your organization, and try to further our cause in any way that is possible.
Yes,
thank you very much.
I am very much ecstatic for having the invitation. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you for coming. Thank you. All right, that was our first speaker, Pyrrhuli Soinio. Now we will move quite quickly to our next one. Frodi Midjord. He is a Faroese Swedish identitarian, a regular guest on Etnofutur in previous years. His speech will tackle, or sort of the topic of the speech is the tribal conquest of Europe. Welcome, Frodi.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Good to be here. Good to talk to you guys. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's a pity that I'm not able to be there in person, but it's very good to talk to you nonetheless. Like you mentioned, my topic, or the topic of my talk, is the tribal conquest of Earth. One theme, a common theme in what I talk about, is the fact that the main source of alienation in the modern world is the idea that we are individuals. This is the assumption in our view of society and politics and culture. We strive to be happy as individuals. In fact, the entire liberal worldview is built on the tabula rasa principle. That is the main philosophical assumption that defines the modern liberal worldview, I would argue. The idea that we are born as blank slates and we invent ourselves. We are, every generation and every individual arrives in the world as an empty shell, almost as an abstract entity. And these individuals fill that empty shell with meaning and identity. So everyone writes their own life story on that blank paper that they're born with. And just as an example, that is why it's so important for the modern world that the sexes don't exist and that races don't exist, because you're supposed to decide for yourself whether you're a man or a woman and whether you're white or black. And this individualism has created the void and despair that many people feel in the modern world, and that they try to fill with alcohol or sex or money or ordering consumer goods online, anything to fill the void, because they lack an identity and they lack a sense of who they are and what their place in the world is. And none of these things are necessarily bad in themselves. I'm not a Puritan, but they can never replace a meaningful life. They can never give you a meaning in life. And they can never replace or get rid of that sense of alienation that is eating us up from inside, and that sense of despair because we don't feel that we belong here, that many people feel as a source of sort of existential angst in the modern world. And you can never replace that with money, for example. I don't think that you'll ever be an old man and say that I was an individual and I made a lot of money and I'm satisfied now. So if individualism is the wrong answer, then what is the correct answer? And that's what I'll talk about today. And I've previously contrasted the idea of the tabula rasa principle. I've previously contrasted the idea of the tabula rasa principle and liberal individualism with some of Heidegger's concepts from a philosophical point of view, primarily the idea that we are thrown into the world. The idea that we are thrown into the world means that everyone does not start from an even playing field, and we do not create our own destinies. Instead, already when we pop up into existence, we are a part of a complex web of existence, and we are a part of a historical period in time. We have a sex, we're a man or a woman. We belong to a race. We belong to a nation. We belong to a culture. And we may even be born into a conflict. And we didn't choose any of those things. They are just facts of life that define us and that give us our identity. So we don't choose our identity. We are thrown into the world, and already when we come into existence, we are a part of this complex web of existence and identities. And today I want to use a different approach to reject individualism and the tabula rasa principle, namely sociobiology and evolutionary history. E.O. Wilson has often been called the most important biologist in the world since Darwin. He was professor of biology at Harvard, and in the 1970s, he was a pioneer in the field of sociobiology. And that is the study of social behavior through an evolutionary lens. And he's still alive today. I believe he's in his 90s, so he's retired, obviously. But in 2012, he published a book that I've intended to talk about ever since. And because I just realized that it's already 9 years ago, I've decided that it's about time that I actually talk about it and not just think about talking about it. And the book is called The Social Conquest of Earth. And already when it was published, Richard Dawkins found it very offensive, and he rejected it completely. He was very angry. So that might be an indication that it's a worthwhile book. And the thesis or the theme of the book is that throughout human history and prehistory, there have been two levels of natural selection at play that have shaped human nature and have shaped human characteristics. One level is individual selection, which influences how we compete with and how we interact with other individuals within the group. And the other level is group selection, which has to do with how we function as a group and how our group interacts with other groups. And Wilson says, and I'll be quoting quite a lot from the book because I think he has some very interesting and relevant things to say. He says that consciousness, having evolved over millions of years of life and death struggle, and moreover because of that struggle, was not designed for self-examination. It was designed for survival and reproduction. In other words, if you want to understand what it means to be human, introspection might not be the best method. We might actually want to look objectively at our evolutionary history and what has shaped us. He says that we are an evolutionary chimera living on intelligence steered by the demands of animal instincts. And what has shaped our evolutionary history and our nature is the fact that we evolved into complex societies with division of labor. And he says that this started because we became predators. Basically, we started eating meat, and that gave us the ability to grow big brains. We became highly intelligent, the most intelligent species in the world. And we started forming communities. Basically, he said, along the fireside campsites came division of labor. That is, when we formed communities around camps, if you hunt and gather, if you stop at a place for a period of time and you have a home camp that you defend where you have your women and children, and then you go out to hunt and you try to defend that territory and you become a tribe. You build a group of people around that. And he says that tribal conflict, where this is what shapes human beliefs or human ideas. Tribal conflict, where believers on the inside were pitted against infidels on the outside, was a principal driving force that shaped biological human nature. And although we now live in industrialized societies, and now in post-industrial societies, our mind is still in the Paleolithic era, and that causes a lot of confusion in the modern world because we're adapted to a completely different world, but now we have these utopian ideas about how we want society to look, or not we and not me, but the modern world, the liberal worldview. He says that our instincts still desire the tiny united band networks that prevailed during the hundreds of millennia preceding the dawn of history. Social intelligence was always at a high premium. A sharp sense of empathy can make a huge difference, and with it, an ability to manipulate, to gain cooperation, and to deceive. To put the matter as simply as possible, it pays to be socially smart. Without a doubt, a group of smart pre-humans could defeat and displace a group of dumb, ignorant pre-humans, as true then as it is today for armies, corporations, and football teams. So this long evolutionary history has shaped us into group creatures. He says that every person is a compulsive group seeker, hence an intensely tribal animal. He satisfies his need variously in an extended family, organized religion, ideology, ethnic group, or sports club, singly or in combination. So that although people in the liberal world or in the liberal worldview try to imagine themselves as individuals, they still behave in tribal ways because that is how they're hardwired. He says the expected consequence of this evolutionary process in humans are the following. And I'm just giving a couple of examples. He gives more in the book, of course. Intense competition occurs between groups in many circumstances, including territorial aggression. Another characteristic is an unavoidable and perpetual war exists between honor, virtue, and duty, which are the products of group selection on the one side, and selfishness, cowardice, and hypocrisy, which are the products of individual selection on the other side. So this is, again, the conflict between our individual selection and our group selection. We have certain behaviors toward other members in our group. We compete with them for resources or for mates or whatever. That is one part of our nature, but also we belong to a tribe, and therefore we have, and we're supposed to have, a dual morality system, one that's valid for the in-group and one that's valid between the in-group and the out-group. And he says people must have a tribe. It gives them a name in addition to their own and social meaning in a chaotic world. It makes the environment less disorienting and dangerous. And here he comes into something that is very obvious to everyone, but you're not supposed to talk about it. This is very interesting. He says that people are prone to ethnocentrism. It is an uncomfortable fact that even when given a guilt-free choice, individuals prefer the company of others of the same race, nation, clan, and religion. They trust them more, relax with them better in business and social events, and prefer them more often than not as marriage partners. And they are quicker to anger as evidence that they are quicker to anger at evidence that an outgroup is behaving unfairly or receiving undeserved rewards. Now, many of us have probably seen this in the mass hysteria of the BLM riots that plagued the world in 2020, that certain in-groups can invent injustices and become quite hysterical about them. And he says, this is also very interesting. And this is valid even in the modern liberal world where everyone pretends to be just an individual. He says that when in experiments, black and white Americans were flashed pictures of the other race, their amygdalas, the brain center of fear and anger, were activated so quickly and subtly that the conscious centers of the brain were unaware of the response. And this means that so basically, an anger, what did he say? A fear and anger center in the brain was activated when automatically, not on a conscious level, but automatically, when we see people of another race. And this means that being around other races triggers the automatic fear-anger response. So being around, the obvious conclusion is that being around other races all the time brings a constant level of stress, which of course is extremely unhealthy in the long run. So that is just one of the factors making modern cities unbearable. Let me just see here what the time is. I'm still doing well with the time, right? Yes. And here we come into some very interesting territory, because this is not just something that is a part of humans or a recent development or anything like this. This goes back far into our evolutionary history and into our prehistory, into before we were human, before we became the species that we are today. He says, this is interesting. It turns out that chimpanzees and human hunter-gatherers and primitive farmers have about the same rates of death due to violent attacks within and between groups. So chimpanzees also form groups, and they have group conflicts, and they defend territory. What he says is that chimpanzees live in communities up to 150 individuals, which defend territories, and then they form gangs that fight with other gangs. And he says the pattern of collective violence in which young chimp males engage are remarkably similar to those of young human males. They raid, kill, and drive out neighboring communities and take over their territory. And this is very interesting. He says they even wage war. One war that was observed in Uganda's Kibale National Park was conducted over 10 years. And it was eerily human-like, he says. Every 10 to 14 days, patrols of up to 20 males penetrated enemy territory, moving quietly in a single file, scanning the terrain from ground to the treetops, and halting cautiously at every surrounding noise. If a force larger than their own was encountered, the invaders broke rank and ran back to their own territory. When they encountered a lone male, however, they piled on him in a crowd and pummeled and bit him to death. When a female was encountered, they usually let her go. The latter tolerance was not a display of gallantry. If she carried an infant, they took it from her and killed and ate it. Finally, after such a constant pressure for so long, remember this was over 10 years, the invading gangs simply annexed the enemy territory. I don't know about you, but does any of this sound familiar? Territory taken over by a low-intensity warfare, communities driven away. Basically, the only thing I don't recognize from that description is the part about the lonely female being left alone and let go. And here he says that group selection shapes instincts that tend to make individuals altruistic toward one another, but not toward members of other groups. Individual selection, on the other hand, is responsible for much of what we call sin, while group selection is responsible for the greater part of virtue. Together, they have created the conflict between the poorer and better angels of our nature. So this is one of the paradoxes of the modern world, or of the modern worldview, and one of the contradictions in the modern worldview, that many of our altruistic behaviors and attitudes are admired by politically correct or left-leaning liberals, etc. Everyone in the modern worldview, we're supposed to have these characteristics, but we're not supposed to have the context in which they can exist. So this is a contradiction in the modern worldview itself, in the what I call the modern world, the tabula rasa, sort of moralistic liberal worldview that is still guided by Christian principles, etc. And he says here that an iron rule exists in genetic social evolution. Selfish individuals beat altruistic individuals, while groups of altruists beat groups of selfish individuals. I'll repeat that. So selfish individuals beat altruistic individuals, while groups of altruistic individuals beat groups of selfish individuals. In other words, if you want your group to beat another group, you will want to promote selfish and individualistic behavior among them, tell them that they are individuals, but promote group altruism in your own group. That is pretty much a guaranteed successful strategy. And so there is a fundamental flaw in universalist worldviews like liberalism and Christianity, because they're built on the assumption that we are individuals, but individuals only exist in theory, whereas tribes exist in reality. An individual doesn't just pop up, and he's not related to anyone, he's not born by anyone, he doesn't belong to a people, anything like that. It's just theory, that's an abstraction, doesn't exist in reality. And the more we try to live up to the ideal of individualism, the more we are destroyed, because not only is individualism not possible, because it goes against human nature, it is also undesirable, because all our noble virtues, the characteristics that we admire in people, they're tied up with our tribal heritage and our tribal nature. And in that sense, the individual is a monster of sorts. It's an anti-social monster that must be ostracized and rejected. And in the old days, before prisons and modern legal systems, the main punishment for severe crimes was banishment and rejection from the tribe, from the group, because it's a punishment for the individuals, because it's very difficult to survive on your own without your tribe, and also because the tribe needs to stay clean of antisocial behavior, need to keep away antisocial behavior that would kill the tribe and would kill the group. And in order to regain some sort of group mental health, we need to, the only way to do that is by affirming and embracing our tribe and our tribal nature. And like I said, these social traits that are admirable, they're universally admired, and these traits aren't disembodied. And again, this is the paradox of the modern world. Liberal man admires certain characteristics, but he hates the context which makes those characteristics possible. Because we have social traits because we evolved in tribes. We evolved with people who were related to us historically, culturally, and genetically, and who shared our blood and our history and our culture. And we have those traits because they work and because they were adaptive. And the value of other people, of other human beings to us, comes from how we relate to them in the web of existence, how they are related to us in the web of existence. This is something that I've talked about before, that a person who just sees everyone as individuals and doesn't care about how they relate to them. A person who values their own child, for example, the same as he values a complete stranger is, I mean, by any evolutionary definition, at least mentally ill, because that's extremely maladaptive. And he says here that authentic altruism is based on a biological instinct for the common good of the tribe, put in place by group selection, wherein groups of altruists in prehistoric times prevailed over groups of individuals in selfish disarray. So altruism is one such characteristic, and honor is another. He says that honor is a two-edged sword. One side of the blade is devotion and sacrifice in war. These responses arise from the primal group instinct to confront and defend against an enemy seen as a threat to the group. The other edge of the sword is the honor of the individual pitted against the crowd, and sometimes against prevailing moral precepts or even religion itself. So what he says is that honor has these two sides: the individual defending the honor and integrity of the group on the one hand, and on the other hand, defending his own honor against the group when the group acts dishonorably against him. And of course, there are some obvious conclusions here. That when someone wants you to reject all these tribal instincts and tribal values, they're up to no good. I mean, if someone tells you that you don't have to defend your territory, if someone tells you to ignore a part of human societies that has been with us since long before we were human even, I mean, they're with our closest relative in the animal kingdom, the chimps, the chimpanzees, you can be certain that they're up to no good. I mean, if someone says that you don't have to keep an eye on your resources or your territory, that obviously means that they're up to something sneaky. And the only way to get a sense of belonging is to be a part of a tribe, because that is your larger family, and that is a part of you, and that is a part of your identity, of who you are. And it's a part of you, literally speaking, because you literally wouldn't be the same person without them. In that sense, they're literally a part of you, just as much as your arm is a part of you. And I think one relevant comparison is, the horrible stories about these orphans who are neglected and who don't get a chance to connect with their mothers or, another person, and they die because they need care and connection to survive. They don't die from starvation. They die because they're human, they're social, they're human creatures, and they need to connect because otherwise they can't survive. And in exactly the same way, we start withering away and we start dying when we lose our connection to our tribe. Because it doesn't take a long time from when we start believing that we are individuals and neglecting our people until we have collapsed completely and our civilization has lost the will to live. So that now, essentially, our nations in large parts of Europe are dead and worms have started eating the corpses already. So basically, we are those neglected orphans when we don't act and think and feel as a group. And one recent example that I think everyone listening can relate to is how this ongoing lockdown has shown us that we're not individuals because we've been cut off from the people we care about. And like I said, that is literally being cut off from a part of yourself. So starting all politics and all society from an idea of the individual is not just ignorant or evil. It's a form of madness. It's a form of self-attack. It's a form of self-mutilation. And I think everyone has seen that this past year when we've not been able to be social creatures. We realized that we're not individuals. So to conclude, this is the root of human suffering. We live in a society that we're not adapted to, and that's not adapted to us. And to make matters worse, we're ruled by an ideology and a categorical imperative that makes society less and less compatible with human nature and less adaptive. So we live under an ideologically Puritan liberalism that sees constant change and individualism as ends in themselves, and that is addicted to novelty. And what we want to do is we want to live a life aligned with our nature, adapted to the conditions under which we evolved. And I'm not saying that we necessarily have to create a hunter-gatherer society again. I'm just saying that a culture that takes our nature and our evolutionary history into consideration is better than a culture that ignores our evolutionary nature, or even worse, actively works against everything we know about our nature, that turns anti-nature into an end in itself. So I think we can conclude that the individual is a theory while the tribe is a reality. And by embracing the tribe, you can become a complete human being. All right. And if there's anyone who has any comments or questions, I'm ready to take them now.
Yes, please. Do write your best questions in the comments and I will highlight them. We still have time for them. All right. This is a good, interesting one. Isn't gang violence, from which Sweden is suffering too, ultimately the only old-fashioned tribal warfare with a modern twist? Very interesting.
Yes, I think so. I think it is tribal warfare with a modern twist. It's just that our legal system is asymmetrical. It's because the legal system in most of the West is racist against white people. If there is a group conflict between whites and non-whites, the whites or the native population in Europe will be judged harder by the legal system. So, I mean, in that sense, the legal system is rigged, and the moral narrative in society, the entire brainwashing propaganda, is pitted against white people standing up for themselves in any kind of group conflict. Just like I said, saying that we're individuals, whereas everyone else has a legitimate group interests. So yeah, I do think it's tribal warfare, but only one side is fighting. So it is, in that sense, it's novel, because I don't think you'd find many tribes in ancient times that didn't at least try to stand up for themselves, because they weren't completely destroyed by this brainwashing.
All right, thank you for that. There is a very, I would say, philosophical question here coming up. Do you agree that we can change how we appear, but cannot change who we are?
Yes, I do think that we can. Yeah, we can change who we are. I mean, you can create an artificial evolutionary bottleneck by killing everyone who has one characteristic, so that the next generation will just have the characteristics that you want. And basically, communism or leftism is such a social experiment, that they want to filter out the natural, normal human characteristics that doesn't fit their utopian agenda. Of course, that is extremely inhumane and immoral, but that's what they're trying to do. I mean, they even talked about giving certain drugs or certain chemicals to people to try to block certain parts of their behavior, so that they won't behave in an adaptive way. That is extremely immoral. It's genocidal, because they'll, of course, start with us. That only we should filter out the adaptive behaviors. But that is exactly what's happening, yes. But I'll just add that I don't think we can change human nature just by thinking about it, or just by having utopian dreams about it. I mean, you have to go in and do something brutal like that. And I think that might very well happen in the future, that they try to really root out all the adaptive behaviors in us.
Thank you. Next question. Very interesting one again. What's your view on why humans have been given the ability to cognitive think that has turned against the nature? Why would nature evolve something against itself?
I think that in certain, like big societies, mega societies, they evolve because of human innovation. But after a certain point, further innovations become maladaptive, and that is why big cities or modern society has become maladaptive. Because there are many reasons for why. I don't think you can just see one factor for why we have become a maladaptive culture. I definitely think that Spenglerian decline is one such factor. I think that there is a sense in which we're not hungry anymore. We don't have that will to power anymore. We've become lazy. We've become comfortable, and other hungrier tribes are conquering our territory now. That's one factor. Another factor is hostile tribes infiltrating our societies. Another factor is the fact that our own elites they live in a way that's disconnected from the society they are supposed to govern. The jet set rich class, they are globalists because they have less in common with their own people. They care less about their own people than other rich people in other countries. So that's why they go to Davos and mingle with those globalists there, and they don't, quite frankly, give a damn about what happens to normal people. I think there are many factors to why we have developed this maladaptive behavior, but I do think that it can be explained quite naturally. Yes.
Thank you very much for that. Another interesting question. We still have time for a couple more. Wouldn't logic suggest that with time, getting used to each other erases the fear like it did in the context of domestication of the wolf?
Yeah, but the domestication of the wolf is an evolutionary. It's not a sort of Lysenko one, Lysenkoite change of human nature. It is basically that has to. If there is a behavior and if there are instincts that are hardwired in us, we weren't taught. In fact, we were trained to do the opposite, but still the behaviors are hardwired in us, or the instincts are hardwired in us. That means that they can't be eliminated by just telling people stories or something like that, because they're hardwired. That means that you have to evolution. You have to filter them out through natural selection, artificial natural selection, by preventing people who have adaptive or have those instincts from having children, for example. I mean, if you just there's this thing called pathological altruism. That is people who are promiscuously altruistic, people who are altruistic, just as altruistic against their own group, which is adaptive, as against other groups, which is maladaptive. So if you are pathologically altruistic, you might lack some of these healthy instincts, and if you only let those people have children, then future generations will lack those instincts. Yes, but I don't think you can get rid of those instincts by telling people stories or by propaganda, because they are hardwired. It is an instinct it's a sort of fight or flight instinct in relation to natural rivals or enemies. It's just like and the instinct of, I mean, even if you've never seen a snake before, you might react instinctively when you see a snake the first time, because you're hardwired. It's evolution. Evolution has hardwired that into your system.
Wait, what? I still think we have time for one question. This one I thought to be quite a poignant one. What are the implications of the truth of this theory for the ideal laws of society, moving away from equal rights for everyone?
Yes, I think it is. The implication is, like I try to point out, that I mean, ignoring our evolutionary nature, our tribal nature, comes at a cost. That cost, that we pay a high price for it. That price is the destruction of our societies and the destruction of our lives and the feeling of alienation. The obvious implication isn't necessarily that we have to wage war against other people all the time or anything like that. It's simply that if we live in societies that are more related to us, that are more of a natural part of our tribe, we can have more harmonious societies. There are numerous studies showing this by people like Robert Putnam. Is it Robert Putnam or Carlton Putnam? One is the sociologist and one is the philosopher. I often confuse the two. Who wrote this study, E Pluribus Unum, about how lower levels of homogeneity in society creates lesser trust, lowers the social capital, I guess. And Frank Salter has written about this, that when you create these societies that are heterogeneous and get rid of this sort of in-group thinking, and that gets rid of homogeneity, you get a worse a society that doesn't function anymore. You get higher levels of crime. People are less prone to paying taxes to a society like that, because those money will not go to people like you. They'll go to someone completely different. There are many consequences of that. So ignoring human nature comes at a cost, always. And therefore, I think that the obvious conclusion from these truths is that we build a society that takes these factors into consideration. That is the obvious conclusion. And when we do that, we will see human nature in a better adapted environment, and I'm very certain that we would feel less alienation, and will feel more comfortable in societies like that, and they'll simply be better societies.
All right. Thank you very much for your answer. Unfortunately, time is ticking once again. We will unfortunately have to move forward with our timetable. Despite there being a lot of interesting questions, we just can't go over them right now. We are on a schedule. Thank you, Frodi, very much for your speech. And we wish all the best to you.
Thank you so much.
So we shall move forward. Our next speaker, whom a lot of you might probably know, is a famous podcaster or YouTuber rather, Professor Ed Dutton. His title will be The Woke Zombie Apocalypse. So please give a warm welcome to Ed Dutton, also known as the Jolly Heretic.
Right, so hello, Tere Paivast, Huva Ilta Paiva, and hello, and thank you very much for having me. I didn't know I'd be able to see myself. I assumed I would look out onto an audience of little miniature videos, like in a Zoom phone call. But I thought that was a very interesting speech by Frodi, and the idea of evolutionary mismatch. And this is an incredible evolutionary mismatch, this situation now. This would be a conference if it was last year, and I'd be in Tallinn, and I'd be able to look at the audience in front of me, and I'd be able to see, you know, are the jokes going well, or are people yawning, or am I speaking too quickly, or whatever it happens to be, and it would work. But we're in this evolutionary mismatch where I'm in the cellar of my house in northern Finland, talking to you, most of whom are in Finland or Estonia, I suppose. It's very, very odd. It is an evolutionary mismatch. And one of the things that I did a video about recently on the Jolly Heretic was the idea that it's more than that. We're more than in an evolutionary mismatch. I think I'd go further than that. I'd say that this is it. This is the zombie apocalypse. This is what we watch these horror films about. The zombie apocalypse, when the world goes completely mad, when the entire group is taken over by people that are insane, that want to destroy their group and want to destroy themselves. They are zombies, and they take over, and a small number of people band together to try to recreate civilization and sustain civilization, and to not get infected by the zombies, by the mind virus of the zombies. And as far as I'm concerned, that's what we are. We are in different places. Some of us are in Finland, some of us are in Estonia, some of us are in Lithuania, Latvia, wherever, even Ukraine. But we have that in common, that we are fighting it out against the zombies. Why are these zombie movies so popular? A typical example of one is 28 Days Later. 28 Days Later was a 2002 film in which some animal rights activists, some left-wing activists, break into a laboratory in which chimpanzees have been infected with an illness called rage, which just makes them psychopathically angry, and so on. And of course, she gets bitten, and then the virus spreads throughout the population. And we go in and we find that we go in and we find that you know, the whole of England is taken over by zombies, and there's a small number of people that are fighting it out and are trying to maintain civilization. Now, why has this been popular? Why is the zombie apocalypse movie such a popular genre? And a reasonable answer, according to research, is that we like watching horror movies because they prepare us for bad things happening in life. So they inure us against feeling frightened when they happen, and they prepare us, they give us strategies for how to deal with those bad things happening. And it's been shown that people that watch these kinds of zombie horror, these kinds of horror movies, actually deal better with difficult situations than people that don't, because the movies prepare them for how to deal with these difficult situations. Now, would make sense, therefore, would be that we would enjoy watching zombie horror movies, and zombie movies would be so popular that people have these zombie marches and whatever through city centres these days, would be because on some level we know that we are living, or we fear that we are going to become a society that is that breaks down into chaos, that is taken over by zombies, and where there are only a few of us that band together to try to maintain civilization. In some ways, these films can be compared to fairy tales. What is the evolutionary function of the fairy tale? Well, evolutionary psychologists that have looked at fairy tales have shown that what fairy tales basically seem to do is prepare children to behave in an adaptive way. So they give them adaptive advice, such as be careful in dark forests, be careful of wolves, be careful of strangers, and so on. And it's been shown that if you give people advice and you include imaginary elements or surreal elements, then they will absorb that information better. They will learn better than if you just tell them to stay away from wolves or stay away from nasty old ladies or whatever it happens to be. And so that's where fairy tales seem to have come from in the evolutionary sense. And they've been honed over a very, very long time to make them optimally adaptive. Now, I would see these horror films as operating. I mean, what are myths? What are myths? To a great extent, what myths are fairy tales for grown-ups that take adaptive information and convey that in terms of surreal stories so that people are more likely to absorb and learn that information and thus survive. Now, as I see it, that's what these zombie horror movies are doing, and that's what explains their popularity, because we are essentially in a zombie apocalypse in which a mind, for various reasons I'll look at in a minute, a mind virus, a virus of self-destruction, destruction of yourself and destruction of your group, has taken over a vast percentage of the populations of Western and whatever second world countries, and there are just a few people, a band of brothers such as ourselves that find ourselves resistant to this zombie apocalypse, to what we might call this woke apocalypse. Now, if you look at the ideology of wokeism of the modern left, it is entirely self-destructive. It is a death cult because it both directly and indirectly dissuades people from having children. And in evolutionary terms, it is ultimately having children, which means that you survive. So, I mean, let's look at some of the things they promote. First of all, they promote feminism. What does feminism promote? It promotes an evolutionary mismatch whereby women are being like men, and men are denigrated and told that it's awful to be a man. And so both of those people feel a sense of dysphoria and depression and whatever, and that can cause them to not have children. It also persuades women to invest their best and most fertile years in their careers so that they end up limiting their fertility and not having many children for that reason either. And the evidence indicates that what women ultimately want to be is to be mothers and whatever, but it dissuades them from doing that, and it causes them to limit their fertility. The next thing you have is atheism. Atheism promotes the idea that life has no meaning, life is pointless, there is no such thing as God, there is no eternal destiny, life is futile. We are evolved to be religious, and so if you have people that are, if you promote the idea that life is futile and whatever, and you destroy religion, and we are evolved over a long period of time to be religious, then again you are creating an evolutionary mismatch, which is going to make people depressed, and it's going to create dysphoria, and it also dissuades people from having children, because it's been shown that one of the big predictors of fertility is religiousness and believing in monumentalist values and things like that. The next thing you have, if we go back to what Frody was saying a minute ago, is multiculturalism. So this idea that you encourage foreigners and multi-ethnicity and whatever. Now, what does this do? Well, first of all, it destroys the genetic. Oh, by the way, atheism as well as belief in God has been shown to correlate with ethnocentrism. And according to computer models, the group that is high in positive and negative ethnocentrism defeats other groups in the battle of group selection and therefore survives. And so, by promoting atheism, you are basically promoting to be not ethnocentric, and thus the destruction of your own group. Multiculturalism, what does that do? It puts the interests of other ethnic groups over your own. So it's destroying your genetic interests in that sense. And also, as Frody said, it is an evolutionary mismatch. We are evolved to be with people that are genetically similar to ourselves. And so therefore, if you are put in a situation where you are with people that are genetically dissimilar, or indeed are very, very genetically dissimilar, then this will create a depression, it will create dysphoria, it will create stress, it will create constant unhappiness, and so therefore you are less likely to have children and you are less likely to pass on your genes. If you look at what it promotes in terms of postmodernism, it questions, we are meant to make sense of the world. We are happy if we have a world that makes sense, and it questions everything. It questions all adaptive divisions, the divisions between male and female, the divisions between good and bad, the divisions between different kinds of sexuality, the divisions between races and whatever. It creates a sort of a sense of chaos, of nihilism, in which the world makes no sense at all. This makes people extremely unhappy, and therefore it creates dysphoria, and you can expect them to be less likely to have children. At its most extreme, you have environmentalism, where you literally put the good of another species over your own, and you promote antinatalism, and you say that humans shouldn't have children at all, and we should sort of put the world back to a place where there were no humans. But even so, with multiculturalism, you certainly have the idea that you should help other races to have children and you should die out. So you have this thoroughly maladaptive ideology in every way. All of the different tenets of leftism are maladaptive. And unsurprisingly, and I'll look at this in a minute, being left-wing is associated with mental illness, and being right-wing and low mutational load, and high mutational load, and being right-wing is associated with low mutational load and mental health. But that is the situation. So that is the zombie apocalypse. Now, what has caused this zombie apocalypse? What has caused this completely maladaptive worldview to take over the population? Well, the first thing is that you have these. You've always had a distinction between left and right. According to my cat seems to want to go out. I'm going to have to let it out. This is one of the things. This is one of the things that wouldn't happen at a normal conference. Now, according to Jonathan Haidt, we have 5 moral foundations that are based around the fact that we are evolved both to be a group animal, a pack animal, but we're also evolved to want to ascend the hierarchy of that pack, because if you are at the close to the top of the hierarchy, then you'll have more access to resources and more access to females, because females are will sexually select for status in order to ensure that their genes and the genes of their children are more likely to be passed on. That you have these two sets of instincts. On the one hand, you have group-oriented instincts, what we might call binding instincts. These are things like you like hierarchy and order, that you are obedient to group authority, and you promote the sanctity of the group. You're high in disgust, basically, against things which are maladaptive. Those are group-oriented traits. Then you have individualistic-oriented traits. These are harm avoidance and a desire for equality. Now, these help you as an individual to get to the top of the group. They're individualistic. You're avoiding harm to yourself rather than laying down your life for the group. And equality, if you force equality, then you make sure, even if you're somewhere in the middle of the group, that you get what the person at the top has got. So we have these two kinds of instincts all the time. Under conditions of harsh group selection, which existed under harsh Darwinian conditions until 1800, you had a constant battle between two groups, between groups for resources, and the group that was the more ethnocentric, that was the more group-oriented, would, all else being equal, tend to dominate. And so, therefore, these individualists were held in check. Now, what has happened now is that the group selection has collapsed. We are no longer fighting with other groups for resources. We live in a paradise, essentially, in which we all have as much as we could possibly want. And the result is that people who are individualists have no check on them. And this means they can bring about runaway individualism. And they're able to do this because they can hijack the culture. Because if you look at these 5 moral foundations, conservatives have all of them. Whereas the liberals, the left wing, the individualists, they only have the individualistic traits, and they're very, very low in the other ones. This means that the conservatives can empathize with the liberals, but the liberals cannot empathize with the conservatives. So the conservatives will tend to give ground always to the liberals. And so things will get pushed in a more and more and more individualistic direction until complete chaos, until the most extreme evolutionary mismatch is created, and there's some sort of right-wing backlash, or until there's some sort of war which creates a right-wing backlash. Now, what we have now is nothing to stop runaway individualism, and so therefore off we go. What do you do as an individualist? You virtue signal that you're in favour of equality and that you're in favour of harm avoidance, and then it creates an arms race where you do this more and more and more and more and more, and eventually you get to a point where you're virtue signaling maladaptive things. But you do that because under normal Darwinian conditions, it would never get that far, because there'd always be a backlash against you. People would appreciate that what you were doing was undermining the unity of the group, or they would just kill you, or your instinctiveness would be too high to allow you to do anything that maladaptive, because we're high levels of stress, we tend to be more instinctive, more ethnocentric. But this isn't there. These instincts have gone, and so you just get runaway individualism, whereby people that want to have power will signal more and more. And so once one person has signaled that we should have racial equality, then it moves on to gay equality, then to transsexual equality, and then on and on and on, until it creates chaos, and until you are showing how good you are and how virtuous you are by advocating not having children and by advocating in favor of other groups and all of this sort of thing. So that's the first thing that has helped to create this runaway individualism. The second thing which has helped to create this is a collapse in Darwinian selection pressure. Now, what was going on until 1800 was that we were under harsh conditions of Darwinian selection, in which the child mortality rate was something like 50%. This has now collapsed to a child mortality rate of about 1%. Now, what was happening there was that every generation, children were born, and those that were not extremely genetically healthy, those that had high mutational load, would die. They would die of childhood diseases like scarlet fever or whatever it happens to be. Now, with the collapse, with the Industrial Revolution, of course, this starts to change, because you have the rise in successful medicine, you have the rise in inoculation, you have better living conditions and better living standards and all of this sort of thing. And so child mortality, Darwinian selection pressure basically collapses, and you have this huge build-up of mutation, of people that would have died as children under harsh Darwinian selection, passing on their genes. And of course, the brain, as I've said on many of my podcasts, is about 84% of the genome. So that means it's a massive target for mutation. So if you've got high mutation of the body, meaning that you've got a poor immune system and you're going to die young of whatever, then you're going to have high mutation of the mind. And that is going to manifest in things like autism, schizophrenia, a proneness to depression, and a general proneness to maladaptive ways of thinking, which are bad for you in terms of fitness, in terms of passing on your genes, and would be bad for the group that you belong to if you adopted them. And so that's what's happened over the last couple of 100 years. We've had this huge rise in mutation of the body, and because of that, we've had a huge rise in mutation of the mind, which is consistent with the fact that these mutations of the mind, depression, autism, schizophrenia, correlate with physical abnormalities, correlate with physical illness, correlate with for example, people that are transsexual, and transsexuality is very strongly associated with autism, are very high in hereditary deafness. Now, there is no environmental reason why transsexuals would be high in hereditary deafness. So what's going on is that transsexuals simply have high mutational load, high mutation of the mind and mutation of the body. Now, this brings us back then to what we were selecting for under these harsh Darwinian conditions. And there were two key things that we were selecting for. The first was intelligence. We know that the richer intelligence is about 0.8 genetic, and the richer 50% of the population up until about 1800 had double the completed fertility of the poorer 50% of the population. By about 1920, this has got into reverse, and we are now selecting for low intelligence. And there was a study from Iceland which showed that the prevalence of alleles that are associated associated with very high levels of education and thus with intelligence has decreased in Iceland over the last 3 generations. And there's all kinds of other evidence as well that I've looked at in my book At Our Wits' End, that we are becoming less intelligent. Our reaction times are getting longer, consistent with having us having lost 20 points in IQ since 1880, which is the difference between a high school science teacher and a science professor. We're getting worse at color discrimination. We're getting worse at memory. We're getting worse we're getting worse at per capita major innovation. We're back at the level of per capita innovation, having reached a peak in 1870 that we were at in 1600. And by the end of the century, it seems that we're going to have an IQ of about 85, which is the average IQ of a Middle Eastern country today. So that's the first thing that we were selecting for, intelligence. We've stopped selecting for intelligence. The second thing we were selecting for was religiousness. Now, religiousness is adaptive. It's got all of the dimensions of something that is being selected for. It's about extreme religiousness is about 0.7 genetic. It's associated with physical health. It's associated with mental health. It's genetically associated with mental health. It is present in all cultures. It's associated with being ethnocentric, so group selected. It's associated with being pro-social personality. So when religiousness would have meant that you would have been less likely to have been cast out by the band in prehistory. Women sexually select for it because it's a sign that the man isn't going to simply, pump and dump. And men sexually select for it because it's a sign that the woman isn't going to cuckold them. And so you can see how this religiousness has been selected for across time, and we have become religious across time. So there were the two things that we're being selected for, high intelligence and high religiousness. Now, interestingly, now, not necessarily 200 years ago, but now conservatism strongly crosses over with being religious. Very, very strongly crosses over with it, whereas liberalism crosses over with being atheistic. So what religiousness basically does is it takes that which is adaptive and it makes it into the will of God. So and that includes things like patriarchy. Patriarchy, of course, promotes it reduces intermale conflict, because if you have the control of the women, then you're going to be less fighting with other men, and so you will there'll be less intermale conflict, and so the group will become therefore more positively ethnocentric, and that will cooperate more internally, and therefore more likely to beat other groups. That's why patriarchy becomes associated with religion. Now, what we've seen is a complete collapse in this system, such that selection pressure is extremely weak. And this has meant that we have fired off in all kinds of directions. We've seen this huge rise in mutation. We know that autism is associated with, for example, with not having children. It's also associated with depression, which is associated with not having children. It's associated with atheism, which is an aspect of leftism, which is associated with not having children, whereas religiousness is associated with fertility and having children. Being left-wing, this is associated with aspects of autism. It's associated with depression, because people that are depressed are anxious and whatever, and more like jealous, and basically have these individualistic concerns, and they believe that life is futile and whatever. Schizophrenia, that's associated with being extremely left-wing as well, because schizophrenia means you're very, very high in empathy, and what these left-wing people are is they're very, very high in empathy, but very, very low in the group bonding values. So basically schizophrenia is extreme individualism. This is associated with leftism and also conspiracies, postmodernism, and that kind of thinking, where nothing, basically we were talking about people where they're not interested in logic, they're not interested in reason, they're schizophrenic, they're the opposite. They're interested. It's been shown that it's we have a sort of a spectrum where at one end you have autism, that's the extreme male brain. At the other end you have schizophrenia, that's the extreme female brain. The extreme male brain is very high in systematizing and logic, the extreme female brain in empathy. People that are left-wing are higher in empathy, they are lower in logic, and that means that it doesn't make sense. For them, it doesn't matter that their ideas on race are contradictory. That's not important. The point is that empathy is all. So you have this rise in these maladaptive ideas. So what we can conceive of is what we would call spiteful mutants. That is to say, people who have these very, very maladaptive ideas that are bad for the group, and then spread them throughout the group. And this appears to have been what has happened. And depression works like this. It's been shown that depression is highly genetic, but if you are with people who are depressed, then the depression can spread to them. And this is the same with maladaptive ideas. And if it helps to spread to them, in particularly once you get a tipping point of about 25% of people having these maladaptive ideas, whether due to runaway individualism or due to spiteful mutants or a population of the two, the combination of the two, then the society tips. And this happened, I think, in England in about the mid-60s, and moves over to the up-and-coming idea. And then, of course, what you get is that the only people who are breeding, the only people who are not maladapted, are those who are genetically resistant to the maladaptive ideas. You have an environment which is maladaptive, an environment which is doing everything it can to dissuade you from having children, an environment run by zombies that is trying to destroy you, to destroy your people, to destroy your ethnic interests. And the only people who then pass on their genes are those who are resistant to that. And that is what is happening today. The people who are resistant to that are firstly those who are very, very religious indeed. Those people, for genetic reasons, are strongly religious. They are resistant strongly to maladaptive ideas. They are in many ways the remnant normal population from pre-industrial times. That religiousness, as I said, correlates with mental health, correlates with physical health. The second is people that are extremely conservative. Those people, again, very strongly crosses over with religiousness. It's been shown that conservatives have faces that are more symmetrical than those of liberals, i.e. They have lower mutational load, and therefore they're going to have a lower mutational load of the mind, less depression, whatever, and so therefore more adapted. They are more likely to pass on their genes. The third group that are more likely to pass on their genes are stupid people. Now, why is this the case? Well, because what we've done we've created contraception. People that are more intelligent, they use contraception correctly. Therefore, large families become a product of accidents and therefore stupidity. Secondly, people that are intelligent are more conformist, and they're more likely to absorb the dominant maladaptive ideology, whereas people that are, because it helps them to do so, because it helps you to get on in life, and if you're on the winning team, and so intelligent people come up with ways of justifying to themselves whatever the dominant ideology is. So the same people that would have been committed Nazis in Nazi Germany would have been committed communists in East Germany. The same people that would have been committed nationalists in 1920s Estonia would have been committed communists in 1960s Estonia. It's the reasonably intelligent person. People that are stupid are not able to do that. They're more instinctive. They're less intelligent. They're more instinctive, and so therefore they're more inclined to just have lots of sex and end up having children. The third group that ends up having children is simply anybody that strongly desires to have children. So this could be people that are just highly oriented towards having children, that are very, very maternal or whatever. This could even be quite narcissistic sort of people who want to have children because they see it. People look up to you if you have children. It's a sort of extension of self to have children, and people admire you if you have children. These kinds of people. So there's a large smorgasbord of different kinds of people who are going to have children in this kind of environment. So what that's going to lead to in terms of the future. Oh, and the other thing that predicts having children, if you control for IQ, then it's religiousness. So it's reasonably intelligent, religious and conservative people that are having children, as well as people that are conservative or religious because they have low IQ. So what this is bringing about is a complete genetic coming apart, whereby you have lots and lots of very different people who are genetically very different who are breeding, and those in the middle, they are not having children. They are not passing on their genes. The average normal person is not passing on their genes. Things are being pushed to the extremes in terms of personality. So on the one hand, the narcissist passes on his genes, the fast life history strategist, but on the other hand, the stupid person, the person that's low in conscientiousness, because that kind of person is going to be less good at using contraception. But on the other hand, the opposite of that, the person who is religious, who is high in impulse control, conscientiousness, agreeableness, pro-social traits, they will be passing on their genes. On the one hand, the person who is intelligent plus religious will be passing on their genes. On the other hand, the person who is, yes, I will admit, who is low in intelligence. And so what you end up with is a complete coming apart, whereby you have really two separate species of people. The good people, that is to say the religious, the nationalist, the reasonably intelligent, and the bad people, the people that are impulsive, that are narcissistic, and whatever. And those that won't pass on their genes will be those that are left wing, will be the current people in charge. And so what will eventually occur is a shift whereby societies will come apart, and you'll get a society that's, you know, conservative and traditionalist, breaking away, and a society that is just chaos and hell. That's how I see it. Well, I hope that has been of interest. It's a summary of my current research anyway, and if you have any questions, then do ask them. And Kios.
Yes, please. Anyone who has any questions, send them in now. I'll scroll up. They're actually, hold on. Oh, yes. All right. First one. Is it possible that human zombies is a natural way to deal with overpopulation?
Well, if I had time, I'm sorry, I got a bit involved. Basically, yes. So, as far as I'm concerned, the crucible of evolution used to be warfare and child mortality. The new crucible of evolution is wokefare. Wokefare is the new Darwinian selection pressure. If you can survive the dysphoria, the dystopia, the inculcation to destroy yourself and destroy your genetic interests and not have children and just to be individualistic and just live and die and not do anything, that wokefare throws at you, then you will survive. Your genes will survive. So, and the people that are going to survive from that are going to be people that are genetically highly religious, genetically highly nationalistic. So that means that, yeah, it's a new evolutionary selection pressure. Wokeness, feminism, whatever. They are, our ancestors had to live through losing their children, had to live through child mortality, had to live through warfare. We didn't have to live through that. We had to live through a slightly different, in many ways, a worse selection pressure because we're unhappy all the time and they were unhappy all the time. And that is wokefare. Wokefare is the new selection pressure, and we are the people that are going to survive that selection pressure. No noise. No noise.
My bad. Will we survive this apocalypse with conservatives continuing to have children, or do maladaptive traits carry on in society as long as we live in a modern industrial society?
Yes, we'd have to have a complete collapse down to pre-industrial conditions to completely get rid of what you call maladaptive traits or high mutational load or whatever. Yeah, and I think if that happened, because we've risen so high, I mean, we're so genetically sick that probably when that collapse happened, it wouldn't be it would be like 90% of the population would die. And I mean, in America, you have people Googling, how do I shovel snow? I mean, we've completely lost any common sense. So I think that what's more likely to happen is that because we've created this huge capital, this huge industrial and technological complex, which all we have to do, even though major innovations are declining, is just tinkle with it, and then we can carry on, and it doesn't collapse. Is that this will keep going, but that you albeit slower, and you will just get a breaking apart of societies. It's already happening, and with gentrification and whatever, you will just get people clustering with people who are genetically like them, clustering along religious lines, along intelligence lines, along whatever, creating basically separate societies.
Thanks for that. Next one. Do you think the correlation between intelligence and favoring the dominant ideology could have to do with more time in education? Education being an indoctrination function.
Yes, I do. I think that it is almost certainly without education. There's obviously an environmental component to the indoctrination. So I would think that that's probably relevant as well. It's strongly promoting that kind of indoctrination. Yeah. So I would agree with that.
Just a moment. Let's look at something else. All right. If religiosities correlate with ethnocentrism, why is there no mainstream Christian denomination that I know that speaks well of it?
Stead. Hello, sir. How are you doing? I don't because it is more subtle than that. To be fair, though, there were Christian denominations in Victorian England that were overtly ethnocentric. At the time of the opening of Crystal Palace and the Great Exhibition, the Archbishop of Canterbury stated that the British were, God's chosen people. So there are those ideas at the moment within a Christian church. Certainly in Finland, there are Christian groups that believe that the Finns are the chosen people and whatever, and that there's something in the Bible that says that God's presence will be over the Northlands. So I think it's just very unfashionable. But basically, at the most extreme, sort of evangelicals, sort of the Free Church of England, people like that. Those people seem to be more traditional Christian in that sense. But so I think there are some groups that do speak well of it.
Thank you very much. Next question. Is the decline of intelligence inevitable as highly intelligent people are more vulnerable to maladaptive ideologies, or is it possible to reverse the trend?
Yeah, I think it is inevitable. I think as I looked at in my book, At Our Wits' End, it always happens. I mean, the same thing happened in the ancient world. You get selection for intelligence, then eventually you get city-states. Then once you get cities, people are in an evolutionary mismatch. It's multi-ethnic, whatever. This means that they stop having children. The ones that are more intelligent have more impulse control, so they're better able to avoid having children, so they don't have any children. And only those which are highly adapted, only the remnant normal population, i.e. the religious and whatever, continue to have children, and so intelligence declines and population goes back to harsher selection pressures and whatever. That's what always happens, and it's happening to us now. As Frody mentioned, it's Spenglerian. We are in the winter of civilization on every measure you can think of. You get the rise of feminism in the winter of civilization in Rome. You get the rise of multi-ethnic, multiracialism. You get the rise of anti-religiousness. All this stuff, this clown world. This is what we're getting. But in our case, it's much, much more extreme because we've gone much, much further. We've become much, much more maladapted. Our evolutionary mismatch is much more extreme. And so there's further to fall. Can it be reversed? No, I don't think so. I think it's an inevitable process. It always happens with the rise and fall of civilizations. But it could be a bit different this time, though, as I've said, because we've literally stopped selection. The only thing that stops you having children realistically is that you don't want them. And so it means that we start to select specifically for the traits which mean that you want children. So that's the difference.
All right, I think we still have time for maybe one or two questions. This one from Don. Since good evolutionary pressures are gone, new types should form that disadvantage such features. It's always a cost, just depends on what. What do you think these pressures will be in the future?
Well, as I said, the key pressure at the moment is whether you desire to have children. And so you have to look at what are the correlates of basically having children, of desiring children and having children now. And what those correlates are is being basically resistant to this woke zombie apocalypse, which is inducing you to be an individualist and inducing you to not pass on your genes either directly or indirectly. And so it's those things. And what are those things? And those things, as I set out, are low IQ, are high religiousness, particularly high religiousness when combined with reasonable IQ, narcissism, impulsivity, whatever. So these are the kinds of things that are being selected for. So until those conditions break and we come on because our intelligence gets so low that we can't sustain complex civilization anymore, that's what selection pressure is going to look like.
All right, I think we'll have the final question here, which is related to the previous one. Is the only goal of humans to make children, or should seeking spiritual wisdom and enlightenment also be a valid goal?
Well, from an evolutionary perspective, the goal of any species is to perpetuate its genes. It can do this directly by having children, or it can do it indirectly through kin selection, investing in its kin, or even more indirectly by investing in its extended kin, i.e. its ethnic group, or even more directly by investing in humanity as a whole. I'm interested in what it is from an evolutionary perspective. Now, you could argue that from an evolutionary perspective, seeking enlightenment, as you call it, is itself adaptive, because if you are strongly religious and therefore you strongly believe your life has eternal meaning, and you believe that your group's life, your group has eternal meaning, then you will be higher in positive and negative ethnocentrism, and therefore you will be more likely to be adaptive at the level of group selection. And so that is probably one of the reasons why religiousness is selected for, and it's one of the reasons why this goal, as you say, can be selected for. And indeed, you'll get some people, individuals who are group selected, who don't have children themselves, but inspire the group to be more religious and thus to be more ethnocentric.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Dutton. That's unfortunately all we have time for. There were a lot of questions once again, a lot of good questions. It was a pleasure listening to you, and hopefully sometimes you will appear as a guest again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, our next speaker is from Lithuania, our fraternal organization, if you can call it that, a friendly organization from Lithuanian, Kryptis. They have sent a guest as a representative from their organization, Justinas Daunoras, and he will talk to us about the attack on Lithuanian history. Welcome.
Hello. Is the sound good?
Yes, it is good. We can hear you.
Okay. At first, I want to congratulate all the Estonian people on their Day of Independence. Congratulations. When I was wondering what topic to choose for this presentation, I had a lot of different topics, but then I had a conversation with my good friend, and we just discussed recent events in Lithuania, and an idea struck my mind that you don't know about those events. So I may be able to tell about them to you today. So, as you already know, the topic is the attack on Lithuanian history, and let's first start with the history itself. I will tell you briefly about the events that are important for this presentation. So, Lithuania declared its independence back after the World War I in 1918, and it remained an independent state for over 2 decades. And in the 1940, it was occupied by the Soviet Union. The occupation was kind of shameful for us because we did not manage to resist it. Not a single shot was shot. So after the occupation, the Soviets started rounding up people, putting them in trains and sending to Siberia, so-called bourgeois people. But there were a lot of farmers, teachers, intellectuals, and so on among them. So in 1941, Lithuanians organized an uprising, and the main idea was to drive the Soviet troops out of Lithuania after the war between Germany and the Soviet Union started. And when the Germans come, they will find an independent state of Lithuania, and that's how we will wash the shame of not resisting back in the 1940s, a year ago. So basically, that's what happened, and the uprisers freed a lot of people who were already put into the trains to be sent out, and they also inflicted casualties on the Soviet troops and formed a provisional government and re-established the independent state of Lithuania. When the Germans came, they were not particularly happy with that station because it wasn't in their plans. They planned to just push the Soviets and occupy the territory that was the Soviet Union territory at the time. So there were tensions and basically Lithuania got occupied by Germany. So the Germans did their thing. The war was going on. They put the Jews into ghettos and so on and so on. The war was going, and after that, the Soviets came again when they pushed back the Germans. They occupied Lithuania for the second time, and after 1945, when war was over practically all over the world, war wasn't over in Lithuania yet, because Lithuanians took arms and fought against the occupation. And if you might know, the resistance continued well into the 50s. So when the Western Europe, for example, enjoyed the Marshall Plan, and the United States enjoyed all the post-war baby boom and the prosperity, Lithuanians had much difficult times and much more bloody times. So this is the timeline of historical events that are important for this presentation. So the attack on these events and how should they be seen started back in the day, even because the Soviet institutions tried to show the freedom fighters as criminals and bandits, and that they are fighting crime and not occupying a different state. So it was widespread that those are the bandits. And but the uprising that took place earlier was even more inconvenient for them, because their official narrative was that Lithuania joined the Soviet Union voluntarily. So how could it be that a state that joined by their own will now organize an uprising? It doesn't make any sense. So they tried to make it look like, well, it's some kind of German tricks and and coerced operations, and they're just the Germans who they were fighting there and their sympathizers. So this narrative of condemning our heroes continued through all the time under occupation, and there was a quite large in our numbers diaspora of Lithuanians in the United States. They kept the culture. They would print books and would send some help and support for dissidents who are back here. And the Soviets wanted to make those diaspora Lithuanians to look unfavorable in the eyes of other ethnic communities, specifically the Jewish community of the United States and the broader public in general. So they would send false documents from the KGB to all researchers and historians and Jewish communities in the United States and Israel, and they would accuse Lithuanians, especially freedom fighters and especially the organizers of the uprising, to portray them as Nazis, murderers, and so on and so on. So this propaganda campaign gave results for them, because even in the 90s, well after the Soviet Union was destroyed, there was an opinion between the intellectuals in the West, between the historians, especially Jewish historians, that Lithuanians contributed to the Holocaust, and those heroes are responsible for it. So, if I may show you some pictures here. Here is a publication in the 1999. Lists all various names. Mareika here, and they portray our heroes as murderers, a cruel murderer, killer of youths, and so on and so on. Oh, I didn't show my screen, yes? Oh, okay. Can you see it now? No? I'm a boomer. Yeah, okay. Here it is. Can you see it? Okay, it doesn't matter. So there was some publications in the West that stated that was based on those Soviet documents. So, and let's move now to our timeline. There are three main groups that are attacking our historical narrative. The first one is some individuals who present themselves as representatives of various Jewish communities and organizations. So why Jews? Why should they be rival to us? There's a great disconnect between our historical narratives. The Jewish historical narrative is that the Holocaust was the one single worst atrocity committed in the human history, and none other atrocity matches it. And our Lithuanian official narrative is that both German and Soviet occupations were equal, and both of them committed atrocities against our citizens, and that where it does not match the Jewish narrative, because they would say that the German occupation was worse, and we say it's equal. So it's that tension. And of course, various Jewish organizations, for example, Wiesenthal Center, were after the war hunting Nazis all around the world. They would put them on trials and so on and so on. And hunt continues up to this day. There's a guy in that center, Zurov, who is known as a Nazi hunter, and he comes to Lithuania to our patriotic events and Independence Day marches, and he takes pictures, and he has a weird, haggard-looking guy, a friend, Dovet Katz, who takes pictures both with a camera in both hands and puts them on his web page, which is named, ironically, Defending History. And he accuses Lithuanians of being Jew killers and Nazis too. So that's the first group. The second group, and I should mention, they are not those only two people. There are more individuals who present themselves as the representatives of the Jewish interests. So just to be clear. The second group that is very prominent in attacking our history is the liberals. The liberals in Lithuania. They often portray themselves as fighters against propaganda, and they know how to fight it, and they recognize it. But when a real operation starts, a real informational war operation, they are the first to take the bait and fall for the attack, and instead of fighting against it, they very often fight in favor of it. They as liberals want to virtue signal and appear that they are good for the minorities, and they may be having something that would be equated to white guilt, but Lithuanian guilt, they want to be a good liberal. So the third and the most organized and well-funded group is the Russian Federation and the institutions. They defend their narrative by attacking our narrative, and they, as the Soviet Union before, wanted to present the joining of the Soviet Union of Lithuania as a volunteer action. So the Russian Federation today has the same narrative that they fought the fascists, they liberated Europe, they are the good guys, and all the nations around them who joined the Union were joined it voluntarily because it's very good, and so on. So it's in their identity to be the fighters of fascism and Nazism and so on and so on. So even in our State Department of National Security report, as I remember last or a year before the last year, was stated that one of the most dangerous threats to our national security is the Russian informational attack. And the aim of that attack is to discredit our national heroes, to show them as evil peoples, to make them look like they committed atrocities and killed Jews and so on and so on. And in one, on the first point for that is then their narrative looks good, that they were someone who brought freedom to this land, and the other one is that we would look bad in the eyes of our allies, and maybe the Western powers would not be very interested in being in cooperation with states that is based on some Nazism and anti-Semitism and so on and so on. But the main point is demoralization of our people and to destroy the all things that contribute to a nation state, and the historical narrative is one of them. So if your history is all crimes against humanity, if you are only committed bad things, if you don't have any positive things, if your state is illegitimate, it's why should you fight back then anytime in the future if some military actions will take place? Likewise, when the military actions took place in Ukraine several years ago, they attacked their history too. They said that Ukraine is some artificial country and it has no history and so on and so on. So basically, same things are seen in Lithuania. So now I can give you some examples of the attacks. It was started actively attacking our history around a decade ago, when our leader of the provisional government that was established after the uprising I told you before, his remains were brought back to Lithuania from the United States and buried with a state official ceremony and so on and so on. If I remember correctly, the Jewish community maybe said, "Why do you respect this terrible human being? Why do you give so much honor to him? He was a Nazi collaborator," and so on and so on. And then the discussion started. It wasn't extremely widespread, but people knew about that. Those different opinions exist. then later on, if I remember correctly, in 2015, a liberal mayor of our capital city, Vilnius, took down some old Soviet monuments. Well, he took them down officially for reconstruction and to repair them. But he before that he for quite a long time received a pressure from the public to take them down because they are the monuments to the occupation, so they should not be displayed in the city center. So when he took down those monuments, immediately after that, one activist from the United States, Grant Gochin, sent him a letter asking him, you took down the Soviet monuments, but when will you take down the Nazi monuments? And by Nazi monuments, he meant at first a monumental plate on a wall of a library for Noreika, the guy who participated in the uprising and later in the freedom fights. They accused him of being Nazi and so on and so on. The mayor would want to took the board down, and he cannot do it. He tried some tricks, but some other guy who is actually a marginal guy and some kind of freaky guy presents himself as a lawyer, but he's not. He came with a sledgehammer and smashed the board and put it on tape and put it on the internet. So saying that, oh, I destroyed the Nazi monument. And after that, he escaped to Israel, if I remember correctly. So the plate was glued together again, but then it was taken down because, well, it's damaged. It cannot represent any good. So, but the patriotic organizations created their own new plate and put it on the wall. And the fight was won by the patriotic forces, this time not by the liberals. And the plate is on the wall up to this day. But the other monument that was attacked at the same time was the Avenue of Shkirpa. Shkirpa was the main organizer of that uprising, and there was a street named by his name. So the street was renamed after that. Then a couple or maybe 1 year, I don't remember, later, the same guy, Zurov, I mentioned before, got involved with a woman, Ruta Vanagaite, and they wrote a book called Musiškiai, which would roughly translate to English as Our People. And the book is basically a story about how Lithuanians killed Jews. So it's like, yes, I believe in the West there are white guilt literature that states that white people are guilty of being white. So it's something along the lines of that that says that Lithuanian people are guilty for the Holocaust. And it might seem that it's outrageous, but the book at first was received in the public quite well, especially in the liberal bubble and all those liberal influencers. So one of our main liberal influencers who presents himself as very liberal, and he has his own internet TV, and he makes American late night show rip-offs with his dad jokes that are cringy, but he has a large following, especially between young people who want to be liberal and have these European values. So he organized a presentation of that book that goes against our national interest and portrays us very badly. So the book was discussed widely in the media and so on and so on, and then it was confronted, and it wasn't very good outcome for them. If I remember correctly, even some bookstores took down the book from the shelves and stopped selling it. So after that, that attack was got a little bit slower. In other words, they got the mouth shut for a moment. But back in 2020, we had our parliament elections, and the elections were won by the Liberal coalition, which very strangely consists of the Conservative Party and two Liberal parties. So it's again a more suitable environment for these attacks to be carried out, because when the Liberals are in power, they can do more for that. But there was at the time a positive spin to that, because with that conservative, so to speak, party, one man who is really actually conservative got elected, and his whole purpose of going to the election was to get in power and to become a head of maybe a committee, or how is it called, that is responsible for the historical heritage, the memory of heritage and freedom fights. I don't know how it is named, how it is called properly in English, so it doesn't matter. But he got elected, and he is a historian. His name is Valdas Rakutis. He got elected to the parliament. He became the head of that committee, and he basically achieved his goal. But it all seemed very well at first. But the day came when there was the Holocaust commemoration day. I think it's called the Shoah Day or something, I don't know. So on that day, he posted an article or a Facebook post, I don't remember, that he says there that the Holocaust is very terrible and we have to research it and find out why a lot of people, including the Jewish people themselves, participated in it, and so that it would not happen again. And he meant by saying the Jewish people were involved in the Holocaust too, he meant the police in the ghettos who were Jewish too. So what could go wrong after posting such a post? The Israeli embassy denounced him. The United States embassy denounced him. A lot of liberal intellectuals and journalists and so on denounced him. So he received a lot of pressure. Even his leader of his party denounced him, and he was forced to apologize and step down from the committee. So he was dealt with very quickly. And it strikes me how sometimes it is naive to believe that an honest man who goes to the election not for money and power and just to serve his country, that such a man would be able to resist those pressures and all the power plays that take place up there. So it would be to expect from him that it would be as naive as for him to believe that well, if I don't do anything wrong and state the facts, then nobody will attack me. So you know what the point I'm trying to make here. So after that, his stepping down from the committee, the other man of similar caliber was attacked, and there was a letter from our genocide and Center of Research of Genocide Against Lithuanians. I will read the name correctly for you in a moment. The Genocide and Resistance Research Center of Lithuania. So it's an institution that is supposed to defend our historical narrative and show the real documents and to work in that way. But a lot of workers from that, employees of that center, wrote a letter condemning one of their higher ups because, well, he has no degree in history and so on and so on, and the center gets more ideological and so on and so on, and the man himself gave up and stepped down too. So that was two great losses for our cause in the recent months. So now, what can we bring back home from this story? One is you have to defend your narrative. If you don't have your history and don't write it, then someone else will write it, and it will not be in your favor. So if we sometimes we think about creating nation states and preserving them, it is very important that their historical narratives should be defended. The other point is it goes from this one, from the first point, that what are the limits of free speech in a nation state? How should we make it so that the historical narrative and the story on which the country is built would not be easily attacked and destroyed? So what should be the proper measures to prevent it? And the other point, a more philosophical one, would be an individual against a community. So if we would have a society of individuals, such attacks would be carried out very easily, because they would not have a power to defend themselves, and they wouldn't see any reason for that, because why would they? They are individuals. So an organized outside force can greatly influence a divided and individualized, atomized society. So that would be my final point. And now we can move to the questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Justinas. Does anyone have a question? Write them down in the chat box. All right. Just a small sort of technical thing. Let's try to keep the questions on topic, since we don't have that much time. All right, fair enough. We can take this question then. I have also one as well. Yes. Do you think that Poland, Baltic states, Finland, and Sweden should leave the EU and make a military and economic union, intermarium, basically?
Oh, well, intermarium is a little bit more than that. But, well, I don't know about the European Union question. I don't know what would be the better solution. If the European Union would go more and more to the federalization and establishing the interests of Germany and France for all the European peoples more and more. So it might be an option, but I don't know. I cannot say a lot about that. But the union between countries who are not in the Western Europe, like Lithuania and Baltic states, and maybe Finland and Poland, especially, and even Ukraine, that is not in the European Union. Such cooperations are needed, I believe.
Thanks for that. Apparently, people mentioned that I have some mic issues. Are they still on? Is it better now? Just someone write in the comments real quick. Okay. Yeah, all right, fair enough. There was an interesting question here that sort of ties in also with mine that I had. Seems like Lithuanians are under heavy accusations about the Holocaust. How aware are the common folk of the global influence and the anti-nationalist initiatives of these special people with hats? But what I actually wanted to ask as well is that what is the that sort of ties in with this? What is the perspective of the common Lithuanian person? I mean, of course, we know of sort of these liberal academics, politicians, and researchers think, but what would you say is sort of the perspective of the common folk?
Well, the perspective of the common folk, I believe, would fall under something like that, like the Forest brothers, the freedom fighters who fought the Soviet occupation, were good and they are heroes. And the small details, well, they might be a little bit to that side, a little bit to that side. I have an impression that basically a lot of people, the common folk as you call them, sometimes don't know the names of those partisans, and well, if some of them is attacked, they don't know how to react to that. Maybe he really was some kind of bad person or something. But in general, the attitude towards our that period of history is positive. That we had our state and it was occupied, and the men resisted the occupation.
All right, thank you. Next question from Facebook. What would be the next important bit in keeping the Lithuanian history clean that has not been overwritten by outsiders? You mentioned the fact about propagating your own narrative, but is there something else that you'd like to add, maybe?
Well, next important bit in keeping Lithuanian history clean. Well, maybe Poland has the solution, because they were under an attack, a similar attack too, and all those sayings about Polish death camps and so on and so on, but they strictly objected to that and said, look, Poland is a victim of World War II, there were no Polish death camps, and if you keep saying that, you will be punished. And they made it that it's not possible to criticize this this period in any way that would portray Poland as some kind of contributors to any crimes against humanity. So I think making it a law or something along the lines of that would be a positive step forward. Well, it goes against free speech, but who cares? So, but it should be implemented very carefully so that it would not backfire.
Thanks for that. I think we'll just take this one more question that was here. A bit more about your. Or hold on. Okay. Yes. Just real quickly, can you tell us more about your organization? It is quite new, but definitely up and coming and very promising.
No, I can't. No, I'm joking. Well, our organization is not very big at the moment. At one point, when we created it, was so that young people that are on the right could communicate with each other, get in touch, and have their discussions inside. And an organization was like a body to create that. So it's pretty much like that. We organized some torch marches and on our Independence Days back before the lockdowns. So that's our activity, how I can describe it. And also, we would have discussions amongst ourselves about various topics and so on. So it is not a massive organization, and each member that comes to us, we do not want to accept everyone, so to speak.
All right. Thank you very much. I think that's all we have time for. Now we will have a small break of about 1 hour, and then we will all hopefully rejoin for more speeches. I think most of you have probably seen the schedule for today, but really, I urge you to stay tuned. There's a lot of good stuff coming still. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. We are on our break. If you're still joining us, my name is Eino. I'm your moderator of the conference. Is someone that a lot of people might already know. He is a member of the Polish Parliament, leader of the political party. He is one the legendary young. Please.
Thank you. I don't hear you. If you hear me as I hear you, it is not good. I hope you hear me better than I hear you. Okay. Thank you for your kind invitation. Now I begin with explaining what kind of nationalist I am. I am a nationalist of a kind, especially I prefer a nation to the state. It is very big difference because plenty of nationalists are thinking about the national state. And slowly they change from being nationalist into the statist. For example, Adolf Hitler, who was a nationalist, he became a nationalist, but slowly he was drifting apart from this position, and when he resigned from joining South Tyrol and joined Czech and Moravia, Bohemia and Moravia, he was not a nationalist. He became statist, not nationalist. He became the interest of the Third Reich, not the interest of the German nation. So it is very easy to mistake state with the nation. State is an organization who states compete among themselves with army and organization and so on, while the nations compete with the number of children and the way they are behaved. They are educated. So it is quite different competition. State is one thing and nation is another thing. And they are intermingled, and it is not good to have a nation state. We have in Europe Hungary with its nation state, Estonia, a kind, Latvia, Lithuania, perhaps Germany, you can call it a nation state, but to some extent. United Kingdom, of course, is not a nation state. I don't believe that for the nation it's good to have his own state. For example, Estonia never had a state, and Estonian nation is in very good shape. I think much better than the Polish nation, who had their own state. So there is, of course, no proof that it is better for a nation when he is ruled by a man or a group of men who are from their own nation. For example, Russians called Wareks Normans to rule their country. And the best kings of Poland were not Poles. Lithuanian and Hungarian and the other kings. It is not good, for example, if a president of a town, mayor of a town is from this town, because if he is from this town, he would prefer one quarter of the town above the other one, because he was born in this one and he has some sympathy for this, and this major is another town. He will have no local preferences and can be more just leader of the mayor of the city. So it is a prejudice that for a nation is better to be ruled by somebody from the same nation. For example, China during the times of Zedong Mao has been ruled by the Chinese. Zedong Mao was Chinese, while in Hong Kong, Chinese were ruled by the British colonialists, and every Chinese from the continent dreamed about flight to Hong Kong. It is much better. It is much better when the Chinese in Hong Kong were ruled by British colonizers than by Chinese themselves. So don't mix up those two things, a state and a nation. And what is important for a state? It is for a nation. It is important that you have a freedom to behave, to breed their children, to educate their children as they want. Because if the competition must be fair, and the good competition is a motor, it is a spring of the development. It is very important. This freedom of education their own children, and the state now it is a Polish state that forbids me to breed my children as I want. So the competition is not fair, and Poles don't have a good start in competing with other nations. And it is a Polish state, it's called Polish state, which prohibits me to breed and to educate my own children. The Polish state is my greatest enemy. Of course, I agree that North Korean government is worse than the Polish government, but the North Korean government don't impose the taxes on me, and North Korean government don't forbid me to educate my children as I want. It is the Polish government to forbid me that, and it is because of that the Polish government is the greatest enemy of the Polish nation. Now, it is not true that the National Socialists who are trying to have a national and have a socialism, it is they are trying for the welfare of the nation. I don't agree with that. I think that the good competition is the spring of the development, and not the greatest enemy of the nation is not the one who kills half of the nations. Greatest enemy is the one who gives money for those who don't deserve this favor, don't deserve this money. It is demoralizing the nation. If you kill the half of the nation, especially men, then the nation after 1-2 generations returns to the normality, and it is the most stupid and the weakest who die, because the wisest one and stronger ones evade their fate. So if somebody he's anti-Semite, he's trying to make some pogroms against Jews or kill some Jews, the effect is exactly opposite. After the Holocaust, the position of the Jews is much stronger than it was before the Holocaust, because the most stupid and the weakest Jews has died during the Holocaust, and the selection, not natural selection, but selection, has very good results. Very good results. We can see them now. So if you want to destroy, for example, the state of Israel, you should give $10,000 every month to those who don't work. This is a way to destroy the state of Israel, not killing half of the population, Israeli population. So socialists are the greatest enemies of the nation and of the state. And of the state too. So if somebody wants to destroy the nation, he supports these evil elements, for example, those who make sexual deviations and also trade unions. if you want to destroy the state, you should give money to trade unions to support trade unions in this state, like communist. Soviet communists were giving money to the British trade unions, and Ronald Reagan has given money to Polish Solidarity movement. It was to destroy. He wanted to destroy the Warsaw Pact, and the trade unions are a very good instrument to destroy the state. If you are supporting some homosexuality in the state, so now the centers in the Western, I don't know which ones, are supporting organization of LGBTQZ and so on. Do destroy the nation. They're giving money to destroy our nation and also our state. Here, the interest of the state and of the nation are common. And so, what I want you to have in mind after my lectures: don't mix up the state with the nation. Remember that a state can be the greatest enemy of its own nation, and if you want to destroy the nation, try to build a socialism. I was talking with the late Milton Friedman, who was a great libertarian economist. He was a guest of mine in Warsaw, and he said, "Well, I don't understand. It is the Jews are now rich, they're free because of capitalism, and in every country they enter, they are trying to build socialism." Even in Israel, I don't understand it. Now you have a very good example. Friedman is dead for 30 years, I think, something of that. But look at the situation in the United States. There were Jews who were doing the revolution in Russia. They made a revolution. They were killing Russians. It was the Jews. 83%, as Mr. Putin acknowledged, of the Bolsheviks were Jews. Some Poles, Dzierżyński, Mierzyński, the leaders of Czechia were Poles, Latvians, Chinese even, not Russians. Even Lenin was half Kalmuk, quarter Jew and quarter Russian too, only. No Russians among them, Jews. But then came Stalin, and put them aside, even began to persecute some Jews, and they were fleeing Soviet Union to United States. Ayn Rand was professing free market, but the majority of them remember this socialism. Their fathers and grandfathers have in mind the building in Russia. Well, it was not very good try, but let's try again. And they are now building the same revolution in United States as they were doing in Soviet Union. Now you have such a Kerensky. It is the president, Mr. Biden. It is like American Kerensky, and behind his back there is Mrs. Kamala Harris. Mr. Bernie Sanders, Comrade Bernie Sanders, and it was the next stage of the revolution. I think it is only several months who divide us from the revolution, the social revolution in United States. So you will see if none of us have seen the October Revolution. Now we can see the October Revolution. We see them in United States. So the powerful state, great state, free state is destroyed by the socialism. And you see it on the own eyes. So bear it in mind. The greatest enemy of the nation is socialism and national socialism is not an exception. National socialism is as bad as the Euro socialism, African socialism, Polish socialism, and so on and so on. If you give something to the group, not to the entity, if you believe in the group, in the society, not in the nation, well, because it was the last word of my lecture. There's a difference because the leftists say about the society, we say about the nation. Society, there are the people who are living now. They are voting the majority. Nations, it is our ancestors, our grandfathers, fathers, our children, grandchildren, grandchildren. It is a nation. And we nationalists, we are speaking in the name of the nation, not of a society. Society is nothing. It is a leaf on the wind. You can have a vote in a very important matter, but there will be a film on TV, very impressive film on TV, and half of the people will change their mind. And the next day, the result of the election will be exactly the opposite. It is nothing. We are speaking in the name of the nation. And majority cannot rob our children and grandchildren like a debt. No. We cannot spend money and let our children pay. We nationalists forbid them because we don't believe in democracy, don't believe in majority. We believe in the idea of the nations, and we are speaking on behalf of the nations, not of the society. And this is a very, very important difference. You cannot have national democracy. Either you speak in the name of the nations, or you speak in the names of the demos, the name of the people who are living now. Well, so that's all I would like to talk. It is very, very short points I picked out from this very, very important and complex matters. But I'm trying to do my best, and in the short lectures, tell what is most important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This was definitely a very interesting speech. And do we have any questions from people?
Yes, I see.
Yes, I will.
What are the nations?
Hold on. Yes.
What we should do to prevent our young people to escape to Germany or United States? Just have a very, very small taxes, and they will get more money, and the prices will be lesser than in Germany. They will say here, if we introduce free market and we'll have small taxes. Almost all the Poles from Great Britain will turn to Poland, and I mean 10 million of Britons with them because they can count too.
Thank you. Next question. A major from another place will treat a seat equally, but he'll introduce interests of his own alien group.
But what is alien group? Ton is speaking in the Marxist language. His group. He's an element of the group. No, the man hired from the. He can be a Dayak. He can be from Uruguay. And if he is in Poland, if he is hired to be a major of Warsaw, he will try to do his best and rule exactly like Britons who were ruling Hong Kong. Yeah. How to keep nation together? Nations keeping together automatically. Look at the ghettos in New York and Chicago and everything. The Poles are grouping together.
All right. Next question. Which country do you see as the best country in the world?
What is the best country? I don't know. Thanks to God, we have different countries and different systems, and we can choose the one who suits us best. Mr. Wilkosz asked, should we tax the rich more to help the poor? What is the current situation where the rich avoid taxes? Just liquidate the income taxes. Because if there will be a poll tax, I mean, everyone pays $100 a month, then you cannot avoid the tax. If you have an income tax, so the rich can avoid it, and the poor one cannot.
Mm-hmm. All right. This is also very interesting.
Why should we tax the rich more to help the poor? No. If we tax the rich, so we enhance the rich to be poor. And we don't say the poor, oh, it pays to be rich. They don't want to be rich because the rich is punished by the tax. No, you don't understand one thing. Here's a very good example in the United States. United States, the actors in the cinemas were earning much money. So there was a movement. So you have a progressive tax. The progressive tax had been imposed, and what happened? The actors began earn more. They were not earning 10,000; they were earning 100,000. So there was a more progressive tax. So they began to earn millions, but in fact, netto they earn the same amount of money. It is those who look at the cinemas were paying these millions in paying in the prices of tickets. So effect of rich is that rich are fleeing to another country, or perhaps they are trying to hide their incomes, and so on and so on. It is absolutely useless.
I would like to highlight this question from Fedor. Wouldn't there be a greater sense of social pressure and responsibility for the mayor of the city?
Polls, I don't hear you, sorry.
I am highlighting this question that's on the screen. Wouldn't there be a greater sense of social?
Let me. I can read because I'm reading. I'm listening to you. I cannot divide my attention.
Right.
Okay. Would you be more sympathetic to form economic eyes to the lower classes? No. If you are giving certain forms of economic eye to the lower classes, so you are supporting the lower classes. Unfortunately, it is that the higher classes are more intelligent. Why? Because they are higher classes. And if you support the lower classes, so you are support stupidity, and you are destroying the nations. Because in Poland there was 1,000 zlotys paid to the family who give birth to the child. So, but the rich man and intelligent men don't want to have this 1,000 zlotys. Only the stupid ones who are buying the cheapest alcohol, they are producing children for the 1,000. So even, fortunately enough, it doesn't work. But if it worked, so we'd have our nation packed with the children of the people who are producing children for money. It is the worst part of nations. We are destroying nations by that. Do Poles suffer from any form of white guilt? No, unfortunately, no. In Western Europe, it is ridiculous. I was punished with 9,000 euros because I said that the young men are the Negroes of the world of Europe. I was punished for using the word Negro, Negro. Why it is Yoko Ono was singing with John Lennon, "The woman is a nigger of the world," and nobody protested. There is in Nigeria and countries in Africa, and I cannot use the word nigger. Why? One Negro to the other Negro in New York can talk to them, "You nigger," and nobody protests. What do you think about the Jews? Well, there are different Jews and different goyim, but well, we have the problem in Poland because the Jews were divided into three groups. First are the Jews Orthodox. Oh, they are very good people. They are praying to God. They were absolutely good people. Unfortunately, they've been murdered by Germans or fled to Israel. We have Jews, capitalism, inventors, and so on. Very good people. Unfortunately, they fled to the United States and so on. And there was the rest, Jew communists. It is the worst kind of Jews. And unfortunately, in Poland, we have only these third-class Jews. And unfortunately, it is the enemy of the people, the Jew communists. And they are very dangerous because the Jews are very intelligent. So they are the most dangerous communists because they are very able, very intelligent communists. So they must be demasked and destroyed. What is the best Polish Jasno generation? Of course, our young people organization, Freedom Group. That would be a great social pressure, responsibility. No, social pressure the ruler of the town, of the country should be odporny, be resistant to the social pressure, because the worst thing you can do as the things have been done under the social pressure. Now we have Hong Kong. Hong Kong, there was no voting in Hong Kong, and because of that, there was no democracy in Hong Kong. Then Hong Kong is now very rich and very free. If there was a democracy and social pressures, then it is like now. Now the young people of Hong Kong demand to have a free flats, free houses, money for it. You are trying to introduce socialism who would destroy Hong Kong. And if it is necessary, you must shoot to them. Remember, China is now going up because Mr. Xiaoping Tang, where there was a demonstration of the Tiananmen, they ordered to shoot. If the Chinese were not shooting to these young people, then those students would win. They would introduce the social democracy like in they were dreaming of, building a system like in England, France, United States. And now they will be poor. They will demand how to borrow the money from the other countries. And thanks to that Deng Xiaoping didn't yield to the demand of the people, they now are very, very rich and they are developing very quickly. I don't know what is anime. Yeah.
Does anyone have any more questions? Maybe.
Okay. If there are no questions.
Yes, if there are no more questions, then we thank you very much, Mr. Korwin-Mikke.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hopefully, I will the pleasure of working with you sometime again. Thank you very much.
Bye bye.
Have a good day. All right. That was the one, the only, the legendary Mr. Janusz Korwin-Mikke. However, we will move on with our schedule with Mr. Dr. Tomislav Sunic, who will talk to us next. Mr. Sunic, please, you are on the air.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you everybody for being here or there. I first want to make sure that you can hear me well. Can you just drop a line and tell me that the audio is fine?
Yes, the audio is fine. We can hear you well.
So I presume the listeners all tune in and they can hear me well. If needed, please do raise your hand or drop me a line and I can speak louder. Anyway, first I'd like to thank the organizer for setting up this conference. I was also pleased to listen to Mr. Korwin. He made some very interesting remarks, and I would like to follow up on those linguistic issues, especially when we are dealing with this phenomenon of white guilt. But prior to that, I certainly need to reiterate that we need to make a distinction between state and nation. Unfortunately, in the English language, and specifically in the American English language, there is not much of a difference between nation and state. American politicians, even unfortunately American academics, quite often use the term synonymously, state and nation. The Germans, or for that matter even the Slavs, have a clear-cut distinction. Volk und Staat, Narod and Država. These are two absolutely different words and absolutely two different concepts. And we got to be aware of that, especially us, including myself. Whether we like it or not, the fact of the matter is that for centuries, be it Poland or Estonia, or rather the Polish people, the Estonian people, the Lithuanian people, the Ukrainian people, the Croatian people, whether we like it or not, we have been ephemeral states. We popped up on the map and then we disappeared 30 or 40 years later. Unfortunately, this was the case with the Polish people and, of course, with many, many Central European peoples, including, of course, Germany itself. Keep in mind, Germany is also a belated state, despite the fact that the German folk, the German people, even the English word people is somewhat ambiguous. I prefer the word folk, has been there for quite some time. So this is, how can I put it? This is sort of my opening remark, namely that we got to be extremely careful how we formulate our words, and especially how we translate those words into different languages. Having said that, let's now turn to this verbal misnomer, if I can say, white guilt. You never hear people talk about black guilt or green guilt or brown guilt. You hear about white guilt. This expression has not yet been embedded in our legislations. But the fact of the matter is that people use it widely, particularly in the United States of America, in a somewhat derogatory fashion. So I would like to focus on this white guilt first from the lexical point of view, then from the conceptual point of view, real briefly, and then from the religious point of view. By the by, I need to tell you that I wrote a piece for the Occidental Observer on white guilt, and I've been dealing with this issue, especially with those semantic diversions, semantic shifts for quite some time. And again, I'm urging you all, especially when you listen or when you are attuned and when you read, let's say, quote unquote, the mainstream media, make sure that you can decipher who is the person, who is the author of those verbiage, and how does he craft his sentences, and what type of a lingo he uses. Because whether I like it or not, I've also been victimized as a white man, as a person of European ancestry, of white ancestry, and I see there's nothing wrong in saying openly that I'm proud of my heritage, and there's no reason whatsoever why I should live in some self-denial or in some self-censorship and deny the fact that I have a very rich culture. And if, for instance, the Arabs, or if we say the blacks, if they can proudly put on display their origin and their civilization or cultural assets, there is no reason whatsoever why we should not be allowed to do the same. A gentleman, I guess, on a screen raised a question a while ago. Very interesting question. I don't think we'll have time to cover all those issues. Interesting questions. To what extent East Europeans or Central Europeans are victims of this white guilt, and to what extent Western Europeans are victims of this white guilt? Of course, if you travel in Germany, if you live in London, if as I did, or if you live, for instance, in Kreuzberg, in Berlin, or if you lived in Paris, in some areas, the 11th or 12th arrondissement, well, you sometimes wonder who you are and what type of feelings, what type of identity you can still be proud of. The fact of the matter is, yes, indeed, this is probably the beauty of communism. Communism hardened us quite a bit, so we are certainly much less ethnomasochistic, or I can put it, less inclined to masochism, ethnomasochism, than, for instance, the Germans, or for that matter, the English or the white Americans, given the fact, this historical procedure, the process of dumbing down, and how, in fact, they constantly have to expiate their real or alleged racist sins, and so on and so on. I'm sure we'll have some questions popping up shortly, but let me now summarize. The fact of the matter is, as I said at the beginning, we have to decipher the language first. The second point is we got to know who is actually using the language in order to demonize us, vilify us, criminalize us as whites, and including this term white guilt. There is no reason why we should feel guilty. Of course, we are not preaching violence, and I'm strictly opposed to it. We got to abide by the law of the land, be it here in Poland or in Croatia. We don't want to make stupid remarks and then give our enemies, if you wish, the neo-communist or crypto-communist, the fodder, the food, if you wish, the material to discredit us further. Now, just in passing, I need to actually to make some remarks about this. I don't like constantly quoting and misquoting George Orwell. Forget about 84, forget about Animal Farm, but read his essay on the English language. It's about 70 pages, very well structured, very well written. But other than that, let's look now 70 years after. The piece was published, the essay, in 47, 48 in London. But when you now look at this compound words, when you look at the new neologisms that have popped up in the United States of America and in the criminal code as well, especially in Germany and elsewhere, then you wonder who actually was an architect, who actually created those words in the first place. Many people, most of my colleagues in the United States now, they take words like affirmative action, ethnic sensitivity training, or for that matter, white supremacist, a demonizing word, something for granted. But if you look at the etymology of those words, solely from the lexical point of view, you will realize that those words are odd. They just don't make sense. They're too ambiguous. They're very pejorative. They absolutely make no sense whatsoever. So I'm just looking at things now, not from the political perspective, but only from the lexical point of view. Look, for instance, affirmative action. What does that mean? The word popped up in America in early 70s. Now it has been embedded in the American law. It's a law of the land. Again, I wonder sometimes why a different construct was not used by American lawyers at that time in the early 70s. Always ask yourself a question, who constructed this misnomer, this odd, this bizarre word? Affirmative action in a day-to-day lingo, we can translate it, we can transcribe it as a negative discrimination. But anyway, then we have a clumsy sentence which doesn't make sense. However, look at this. If you translate the word affirmative action, or let's say ethnic sensitivity training, or even white supremacist, it's a negative word, it's a negative arsenal, into the Polish language, into the Croatian language, even into the French language, they make no sense. I hope you understand my point. They look not just funny, they look extraterrestrial, and they sound very un-English, un-German, white supremacism, le suprémacisme blanc, affirmative action. How can you translate that into the French language? There is no way whatsoever. I'm pretty much sure you cannot translate it even into the Polish language. In passing, let me also mention that this is the same process now going on in Europe, in the European Union, and this process has been going on for quite some time, keep in mind. Now, the same thing, just as much as we can shrug off and just laugh at the American legal acrobacy, so I can say verbal constructs, the same thing can be said about some German compound nouns, which absolutely make no sense. Keep in mind, I'm not talking from a political point of view, but primarily from the lexical point of view. Thus, for instance, you have in the German criminal code, you have the expression, a compound noun, bizarre, almost it's a barbaric German. It's un-German. You have the word, a huge word, Volksverhetzung. Now, this word, it is impossible to translate it into the decent English language, let alone into the French language. However, the same word, paragraph 130, the German criminal code, has sent over thousands and thousands of people to jail sentences and to fines over the last 20, 30 years. Volksverhetzung. It comes from the hunting language. Hetze in German means to incite, to hector somebody against somebody. But it's impossible to translate it into the legalese, into the legal language of the United States of America. So I wonder, how would a lawyer, let's say an attorney at law, you know some people, I know some folks, attorneys, lawyers, some good qualified lawyers who even speak the German language in America, how can they actually translate and transcribe, in case they have to defend their defendant, how can they translate this word Volksverhetzung, sedition, yes, inciting to people, whatever. Because Volksverhetzung can mean that you are inciting hatred against the German, against the Turks, against all minorities or majorities, whichever way you like. I wouldn't like to confuse our audience any further with that. Again and again, I keep repeating, I sometimes repeat myself way too much. Please pay attention to words, to locutions of your foes, of your enemies, and even of those who want to track you now and who actually hunt you down, who actually call you names like a fascist, like a nationalist, or Nazi, or whatever. By the by, I don't know if you are familiar a little bit with the beautiful German language. Nazi was not the word in the National Socialist documents. It was not a word. It was not a compound noun. Goebbels wrote a short essay, a funny essay, Nazi Sozis, which has nothing to do with it. But in the German legal documents from 1933-45, you never had the word Nazi. It was a pejorative word. It was constructed in the 20s and 30s in the Soviet Union and so on and so forth. So when you use words, if you want to criminalize me, please use the exact language. If you speak the German language, use the exact language. Don't just say Tom Sunik is whatever white supremacist Tom Sunik is using a whatever, some strange lingo. Because I'm pretty much aware of that. And now I come to the main point, because born in ex-communist Yugoslavia, I'm sorry if there are some younger folks here now listening to me, probably they don't have the advantage of having endured the communist linguistic terror back in the 50s and 60s. And I got to tell you, when I listen, for instance, when I read the New York Times, when I read the CNN, even when I read the Guardian, let alone when I read the Süddeutsche Zeitung or Frankfurter Rundschau, it's such amazing how this lingo and how the sentence structure reminds me of the ex-communist lingo, ex-communist vocabulary in ex-communist Yugoslavia. And I'm sure our colleagues, some older folks like Mr. Janusz Korwin, know exactly what I'm talking about. When he read the Polish journals in the 50s and 60s, they were full of those bombastic, hyperbolic words. Anti-fascist, we got to fight against bourgeois, decadent, anti-communist or fascist elements or segments, and so on and so forth. I could go on and on and on and give you quite a few examples. By the by, we hear quite often now about this reenactment of anti-fascism. Let me exemplify that. Especially in the United States of America, on the West Coast and East Coast, you've heard about what those quote-unquote anti-fascists are doing. They're burning down places. They've been quite rowdy. There's no question about that. Well, you've seen nothing has happened. They probably spent a day in the jail and so on, but they were let off the hook. But by the by, keep in mind this word anti-fascism was quite common in legal documents in Eastern Europe. I know very well when I was a kid back in the 60s, 70s, early 70s, when I was in high school in communist Yugoslavia, and later on even in a primary school, Every single document, believe it or not, I'm not sure, please do apologize me if I'm correct, but I'm pretty much sure in Poland they had the same thing. Every single document, even a marriage certificate, was signed by Smrt fascismu, sloboda narodu, death to fascism, and all power to the people, so on. So basically this anti-fascism was quite common. It was almost on a daily menu of the communist communist ruling class. So what I'm basically observing now in Germany, to some extent, yes, of course, with the Antifas and so on, and what I'm observing now in the United States of America, and not just with those rowdy crowds, but also in the mainstream media, the CNN and so on, it's basically a poor Xerox copy, if I can put it somewhat metaphorically, a poor imitation or mimicry, that's the better word, a poor mimicry of what we endured all the generation in the communist universe. I guess I've had enough of this. Now let me see if I have enough time. I guess I got 5-10 more minutes left, and then we can come to the questions. Of course, folks, it didn't start yesterday, so do not assume that all this legal issues and those manipulations of official language that you hear, be it in Brussels or be it in Berlin or be it in Washington D.C., let alone in the media, it's nothing new. It began long time ago. I'm not going to now into the Frankfurt School. The whole process of actually refurbishing the language into the political correct idiom that we are forced to use started a long time ago, but of course it actually gained momentum in 1945, 1946. To some extent, we thought when after the fall of the Berlin Wall, after the fall of communism in late 80s, early 90s in Poland, and later on in Russia, the Soviet Union, I got to be careful, the Soviet Union, and then afterwards in the Balkans, we thought that we were going to get rid of this lingo completely, but now we see, unfortunately, the refurbished version of it, of course, different signifiers and different signified. Keep in mind, signifier is not the same thing signified in a liberal version now in the West. So quite frankly, I no longer read, and when I read the newspapers in the West, the so-called free West, I am deeply aware that this is basically the embellished lingo that we once endured in a communist Yugoslavia. If I may say, and I'm sure I'm not going to shock the audience, probably we had the privilege in communist Eastern Europe because we could recognize, we could decipher who our foe was. We knew, of course, we're not allowed to say that in public, but we knew we were all homo duplex. We knew how to play the game, especially kids, from large cities like me in Zagreb. So we could recognize even facially, even if you wish racially, we could recognize. I remember as a kid when we went to church, not for praying God, but the church was just about the only place where Catholic Church where you could crack jokes about communism and their phenotypes and their faces and their facial structures. So we're trying to compete and outsmart each other. Who was going to be the first one to recognize a communist cop, a communist, if you wish, a communist snitch, if you wish, on the street? So we're better off because every person, even without a PhD, even a person, Joe Sixpack, if you wish, from Zagreb or from Warsaw, or for that matter, from Belgrade, if you wish, or even from Budapest, we guys knew, we knew who the enemy was. We knew who the hostis was, if I can use the Schmittian language from Carl Schmitt. We knew this problem is far, far more difficult in the West. So I can imagine a young student from Poland, a young student, for instance, from even from Finland, or a young student, let's not from Finland, they know what I'm talking about, but students from, let's say, from Riga or from Tallinn, or for that matter, from Hungary, from Budapest, when they come to the West, they fall into this trap. They think that under the guise of democracy, human rights, diversity, ethnic sensitivity training, they truly think that they live in a land of the free and a home of the brave. But do not be mistaken, folks, especially younger students. I'm addressing this talk, especially to youngest. Do not be mistaken. You are sometimes in this machine which grinds you much better. It kills not just your body, as my friend Alain de Benoit used to say, it kills your soul, which is far, far more difficult. At least we had the sense of resistance in Poland in 81, 56, let's start with Budapest in 56, then in 68 in Prague, and then we had in 81 in Poland. And of course we had later on, unfortunately, what happened, in the Balkans. One of these days, I certainly would like to address this issue, because I certainly wouldn't like this conference to be used as a playing ground, as for a launching field for our petty nationalistic, tribalistic proclivities. Folks, again, I don't want to pontificate here. We got to be aware, be they Serbs or Catalans, be they Gallegos or Ukrainians, regardless whether they live in Kiev or in Barcelona, or whether they live in Helsinki or in Turku, I like Turku, or whether they live in Belgrade, or for that matter, even in Plovdiv in Bulgaria, we are now being replaced. Our gene pool, and not just our whole culture, is being replaced. Now, keep in mind the structure, the ethnic structure. I will be more explicit. The racial structure of Europe has fundamentally changed over the last 70 years, in particular over the last 10 years. If we proceed with our petty issues, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, if we start now glorifying our victimologies, if we just talk about our myths, with all due respect, I read Sienkiewicz when I was a kid. Przybyszewski I read very much in German. He wrote German very well. Przybyszewski, very deadly novels. And I certainly respect, the cultures of our people in Eastern Europe and Central Europe. But let us not have any more of those wars, because we got to ask ourselves who actually benefits, cui bono, who benefits from those petty issues. I'm not going to go. I have friends in Germany. I feel spiritually, I'm a geistiger Deutsche. I'm a spiritual German. I know what happened to Germans in Pomerania, in Silesia. I know what happened with the Polish borders. I know very well how Polish. After all, listen, my grandparents fought with the Poles in 1683 when they defended Vienna, the capital of Europe, against the Turkish onslaught. So I certainly want to tip my hat, and I certainly wouldn't like to get involved into those body counts and constant, disputes as to who is right and who is wrong, because ask yourself, who benefits from our internal quarrels? I think I have a couple of minutes left. No, I don't. I would like to wind up my discussion here. I'm sure there might be some questions. So I must apologize. I'm ranting and raving too much. Folks, gentlemen, ladies, if you have some questions, critical questions, I'd be happy to be of some assistance, or drop me a line at tom.sunik@gmail.com. At your service, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. We do still have some time for questions, about 10 minutes or so. There is actually one interesting question right here. I'll put it up on the screen.
Yeah, go ahead. There are quite a few of them, and I wouldn't like to monopolize your precious time, so you can always cut me off, and we can go for 5 or 7 or 10 minutes with your permission.
Yeah, no problem. We still have time, so go ahead. What is the best entity to folk? The question.
Excuse me, what is the best entity?
What is the best entity to act as a guarantor of a folk? Is it the state, or do we need a subsidiary power like the church or other organization to balance?
Good point. Well, look, there's a big discussion. There's quite a few books on the Reichsgedanke, the imperial idea. Of course, the word Das Reich has a different connotation in the German language. It's more a spiritual type. It's not just a geographical and political issue. The reason then, for instance, empire, or empire, as the French say. So I would basically look, as far as the name itself, European Union is concerned, I have no qualms with that. It's a beautiful word, other than the fact that the European Union is basically it's an economic enterprise. It has nothing to do with some political sovereignty. So I guess it won't last long, unfortunately. But basically, we must be careful. as far as our local turf is concerned, be it Croatia, or for that matter, even Poland, which is much larger than Croatia, 10 times bigger than in terms of citizens. But the fact of the matter is we have to gradually, I'm not saying discard completely, we have to discard this concept of nation state, because whether we like it or not, nation states have been a trouble for all of us. We've been in war in European states and nations for quite some time. And secondly, whether I like it or not, this globalism is, we've seen the disastrous aspects of it. And I would again probably revert not to the second German Reich or the first German Reich, but be it as it may, even if you look at the idea of this Reich, from the, let's say, from the second German Reich, the first German Reich, which lasted until early 19th century, it did provide some stability. Be it as it may, I may like the Habsburg Empire, but the fact of the matter is it was also a multicultural, multi-ethnic empire, but it lasted for 500 years. So the very fact that it had a certain duration means that it also had a certain legitimacy. That's what I'm saying. So we may want to retrieve the idea of some, not imperial, I don't like this word imperial, some unity, some European Union, of course, but not based on some closely knit borders among ourselves, of course. We know where our borders are. The borders are in eastern Greece. This is where the borders should be. And we should fend ourselves off from that area. But again, to be quite explicit, I'm probably harping too much on this. The concept of nation states, as we have known it over the last 200 years, I think it's a little bit outdated. We have to revise it with something better. As I said, the name European Union is okay. I have nothing against this. But at the time being, we know that European Union is basically just an enterprise. It's a transfer union where the money, the money goes from Brussels to Poland and so on and so forth. It doesn't have any political sovereignty, and I don't think it will last very long. I hope my answer was to some extent good for the person who raised this issue.
All right, thanks very much. We do have a bit of extra time for questions since there are a bit of technical issues with our next speaker. But that being said, I'll bring up the next question, which is quite interesting as well. What do you think is the best way to counter such attacking ideological language?
Oh, yes. Well, I said at the beginning, I gave you some valid advice. And I certainly am, believe it or not, but as a good linguist, I guess it was part of my trade in political science, I always like to study semantics. I like to understand the meaning of words. And I would, again, suggest to all of you, even when you read the Finnish newspaper daily, or when you read what I call a social what you call it, portals, or those social groups, make sure that you formulate your words correctly. And if you attend a graduate school, if you're in an undergraduate school, if your professor uses some big flowery language like democracy, tolerance, diversity, ask him, sir or ma'am, what exactly do you mean by diversity, and what exactly do you mean by democracy? Because what is democracy? Also an abstract word. Well, you have Kim Il-sung, in North Korea is a democratic country, so is America, so was Cuba, so is Cuba, so was Mao's China, a democratic country. So I don't like tossing around those words unless I specifically define the meaning of this word in a particular context. So this is my first advice to you. The second advice to my students, or to you, all of you, if you travel to a country, let's say Germany, which is purportedly the best and the freest country on earth right now, let's forget about how sovereign it is. We'll discuss about this some other time. When you come to the country, read the Verfassung, read the Grundgesetz, read the general or basic law, what they call it, the Constitution. That's fine. Any country you visit, when you visit the United States, read the First, Second Amendment of the Constitution. But do read, please, do me a favor. You don't have to be a political scientist like I am. I'm supposed to be one. But read also the criminal code or the penal code. This will give you a clear-cut idea how free and how unfree the country is. And I always, when I go to some place, either as an exchange student or whatever, as a tourist, I want to know exactly what the criminal code tells me about the country. It suffices to have a brief look at the German Verfassungsschutz, Strafgesetzbuch, which is a criminal code, and then you will get an somewhat entirely different idea of the Constitution of the United States, of Germany, or Federal Germany, Federal Republic of Germany. All the same thing also applies to the United States of America, or any other country for that matter.
All right, thank you for that answer. We can move on to the next question. Why do women seem easier to indoctrinate into white guilt jargon?
Yeah, which women? Do we have the oracles from Delphi? I guess you had Maria Teresa, you had Isabella II in Spain. They were quite brave women. They had more balls, excuse me, they had more guts, than many of their males back then. You know what happened, Isabella II. She actually threw out the Muslims in 1492, 15th century. Then Maria Teresa, she was very fluent lady in a couple of languages. She was a great lady. She actually organized, some of my Ukrainian friends know that. Of course, the Hungarian friends, Croat friends know that. So she was a good woman. Now, if you ask me which specific women do we have in mind, well, it's hard to tell you that. Savitri Devi, read Savitri Devi, guys, if you're a little bit more radical. She's a very brave woman who spoke a couple of languages. She passed away, I think, in India as well. But she had lots of cats, and so very intelligent lady. I wish I had met her earlier, so I would have probably engaged her in discussion. There are also some great ladies with great stamina, and again, I don't want to make some ad hoc value judgments about women. But yes, I guess we are all, to some extent, victims of this zeitgeist, of this spirit of the time. I was probably lucky. I survived my youth, I can say. My dad went to prison. My sister went to prison. I escaped. I went to the United States and obtained political asylum. It's a long story. And the same thing now goes for women. Look, young women, they go to high school, intelligent women, but they end up on a different turf. When they hear those stories, if they are completely being brainwashed with this, what do you call it? With this transgender type of a narrative, let's call it narrative, another word that popped up 10 years back. Then, of course, don't blame them if they stray away and if they end up with the wrong crowd. So again, I'm appealing especially to a younger audience, to younger women. If for whatever reasons, you don't have to be very religious, you don't have to be very Catholic, you can be agnostic, whatever. Write to me, I can probably suggest you some women, some great authors who can probably be a good role model for you. So I don't want to make, again, as I said, some value judgments and say that women are bad and so on. About their IQ, they certainly have certain benefits. Schopenhauer, for instance, says very well in terms of our IQ, Schopenhauer, read Parerga and Paralipomena. We inherit the courage and character from our dad, from paternal line, and our maternal line, our intelligence, our IQ, we inherited, I presume I inherited from my mom, old mom. She was quite an intelligent woman. She could yell at me from 2 blocks and I could hear her very well. But she would yell at me, don't fool around. So anyway.
All right, thanks for that. Next question, which relates to one of the previous ones about the entities that act as a guarantor. Would the idea of intermarium fall under what you see as a good revision of these entities? One where nations are still separate, but militarily and economically united in a pseudo-confederal way.
Intermarium, you mentioned a very interesting compound noun. And I'm to some extent familiar with this issue of intermarium. I think I might have met some people who are also part of this group, including Olena Semeno. I think she's going to be our next speaker. I don't know if she's here. She's a young lady, a nice lady, very intelligent lady from Ukraine. And I must say, I guess I don't want to say something wrong and probably regret it afterwards. To some extent, yes, it's a good idea to have from the geographical point of view, to stretch a line from Estonia all the way down to Croatia. Just draw the line, it's 1,000 miles, and here we are. And I certainly would like to encompass all those Central European, East European countries into this one single umbrella. However, we don't want to antagonize our Eastern neighbors. It sounds somewhat pejorative when I say Eastern. We don't want to antagonize our, if you wish, Russian brethren, or people in them, or for that matter, even folks, Belarusians, whatever. Because we got to, as I said earlier, my main point is we have to avoid divisions. And always ask yourself a question. We're not here into conspiracy theories. I don't like that. It's a waste of time. We just got to ask ourselves a question: who benefits? So tentatively speaking, even if on the political level, we could create some substructure as intermarium on a political level, you wonder, or one may wonder, conditionally speaking, who may benefit and who may find this adventure or this process as offensive. So again, I cannot say you now right offhand if this is a good idea or not, but I certainly would like to have more rapprochement with our friends and with our brethren, be they in Estonia or Helsinki, or for that matter, be it in Catalonia, or be it in Sardinia, and all the way down to Bulgaria, and all the way down to Russia.
Thank you for that answer. If anyone doesn't have more questions right now, then I actually have one. Would you say that the best tool that the liberal left, the progressive left, socialist left has actually used to discredit us linguistically has been that they have taken the substance out of terms, or agency out of terms, meaning that terms like the most common one being racism, it doesn't really have any sort of weight behind it. So is that, in your opinion, the biggest tool that they've used in this sort of fight that's been going on?
You mean calling us racist, right? Am I reading you correctly?
In general, remove sort of actual weight or substance from terms in general.
Well, I guess I'm not misreading. I hope I'm not. Again, as I said, words have a proclivity towards semantic shifts. Take, for instance, the word identity. It is very popular now. Lots of PhD dissertations written on identity. But this word is relatively new. Like the word populism. These are now somewhat pejorative words. Identity, for instance, did not exist. It was used in a legal medicine. It was used in a criminal, in a court of justice, and in courts. But now identity has a very large span of meanings. So again, the same thing. I don't know if you are familiar with the word racism. Racism has been erased. Racism from the French legislation, and also it doesn't exist in German. It doesn't exist in the United States. It does exist only when you fill out the forms of which racial group you belong to. But keep in mind, until 50s, even after the Second War, it was commonly used in sociology and social sciences. It was used even in England and so on race. But nowadays, this is a no-go word. It is a criminalizing word, and if you talk about race, then you can have some troubles. And however, again, look at the word ethnicity. In political science courses, in the social science courses, everybody uses the word ethnicity as a sort of a eulogism. Euphemism. Sorry, euphemism as a nice euphemism for race, because everybody is scared of the word race. But keep in mind, ethnicity is not the same as race. You can say that there is an ethnic difference between, let's say, Estonians, Lithuanians. There is, let's say, ethnic difference between Serbs and Croats, and they're different victimologies, sometimes very different, sometimes absolutely conflictual victimologies. But you cannot specifically talk about two different races. So again, I see no reason why the word race has been erased from our vocabulary in American schools, in American curriculum, and elsewhere. Because basically it leaves us in a very bad position. You know very well the standard meme. Racism, the word itself, the locution, has been erased. Yet when it comes down to criminalize Tom Sunik, or for that matter our group, they will call these are racist. So how can there be a racist Tom or Tom Sunik if there are no racists? It doesn't make sense. This again tells you over and over again that the lingo of our mainstream media is basically fraud. And I guess Trump was quite correct when he spoke about fake news. That was the main reason why he was removed, because he actually inadvertently attacked all this lingo that was established in 45, 46 in the so-called Free West, which was meant primarily to soften us up and to actually lead us astray. So again, I hope my answer was quite correct. Again, pay attention to words race. use it, but use it very carefully because unfortunately it has a very criminalizing connotation as of now.
Yes, thank you very much. You did pretty much answer my question. But if anyone doesn't have any more questions, then I think we can wrap this speech up. Thank you very much, Dr. Sunik. It was a pleasure, and hopefully we will be able to work with you once more someday.
Thank you very much. And keep in touch, folks. If I can be of some assistance, especially to younger students, drop me a line. If you need some reference for some good books to read, keep reading and keep studying foreign languages. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Sure. All right. But thanks to some technical issues with our next speaker, there is a slight change in the schedule. So instead of Olena Semnyaka, we will have the popular YouTuber, vlogger, Paul Ramsey, also known as Ramsey Paul. You're on the air, please.
Hey, thank you. I'm happy I could come on early. It's exciting to be here. I think I will take off my headphones because I don't need them. So if this doesn't work, just let me know. Thank you very much. If you guys can all hear me, I hope is still good. All right.
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Paul Ramsey. I'm known as Ramsey Paul on YouTube, and I'm really excited to get this invitation. I first spoke at this conference 4 years ago at the start of the Trump administration. It was in 2016. And it was exciting. It was a beautiful country. For you guys watching that have not been to Estonia, you need to check it out. It is something like out of a European fairy tale. It's just beautiful. And the thing that impressed me the most is just how blonde everyone is. I've never seen that many blonde people in any place. The United States now, we're becoming diversified, so you don't see as many blonde, blue-eyed people. But Estonia, you really do. And they have flying squirrels. You get that, flying squirrels. I mean, where else can you get that? So it's a beautiful place. Check it out. And in 2017, in February, I was invited to attend one of their early torchlight marches for their Independence Day. And again, that was a very inspiring ceremony. It's something like our 4th of July. And we had, I think, 5,000 people out marching with torches, celebrating Estonian independence and the pride of the nation. And if you can attend an event like that, do so. It's also very cold in February. I remember that. I was like, how could it get this cold? Because you got to remember, I'm from the South. I'm in Arkansas. And to go to summer cold like that was quite a wake up for me. What I'm going to talk about today is Trump. How do we do nationalism post-Trump? And I know I have an international audience, but what happens with America, for better or worse, tends to impact the world. So I'll just go over where did we get here for Trump? Where did we go forward? And we'll go on that. I think it really started everything where it ended. The post-Trump era was on January 6th, 2021. I think a lot of you know that date. I think that's a date that will live in infamy or be famous, however you want to think about it. But that was a day Trump invited his supporters to attend the Stop the Steal rally. And just a little background, what happened on November 3rd, there was election night. And when I went to bed that evening, it looked like Trump was winning by an easy margin in all the battleground states. In fact, I think he already spoke to his supporters and accepted the win because it looked like he had won, even though the media had called it. I went to bed and I woke up and I was like, what the hell? They said, oh, amazing turn of events. Biden is winning in these states. And everyone was like, what? How did that happen? And what happened in the middle of the night, literally like at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m, in all these battleground states, they stopped counting for whatever reason. In Georgia, they had a mysterious pipe break, they said. They later said that wasn't true, but whatever. They all stopped the counting. And all of a sudden there was, hey, what do you know? There's all these mail-in ballots that came in very late, just last minute. In fact, past the deadline, they all came in, and they started to count them, and they were all for Biden. What do you know? It was crazy. And in Michigan, to add to it, they put up where the people count the votes. They kicked out the Republican poll watchers, and they literally put cardboard over the windows so people couldn't see what they were doing. It's sort of like I guess they used to have like erotic bookstores when you do something shameful, you hide it. And that's kind of the way it was, is someone was being screwed, and it wasn't Biden, it was Trump. So they were hiding what they were doing. And then, of course, they declared Biden the winner, Biden-Harris. And immediately, Trump didn't accept that. He said it was fraud. And he promised to sue. And then we had a whole bunch of conspiracy theories about releasing the Kraken and everything else. And so everyone got all excited. And a lot of people, it was really amazing at the time, because I was suspicious. I knew once November 3rd had come and gone, it was over. But a lot of people were thinking, no, Trump's still going to win. Something like 80% of Republicans thought that. It was nuts. And Trump took it to the courts, and which is his right, but nothing happened out of the courts, of course. And then that led us to the January 6th event. And if you don't know how it works in America, we have a system. We have states. We're made at the United States of America, and each state gets so many electoral votes. And typically, if you win the majority in the state, all those states' electoral votes go for that candidate. And it's based on the population of the state. So a heavy populated state like California may get like 55 electoral votes. And I live in Arkansas, and it's not as populous, so maybe we just get 8 or something like that. So what happens is those electoral votes are people, and then they officially vote in December, I forget what it is, December 6th or something like that. It's a symbolic vote. They vote. And then the votes are carried to Washington, and then on January 6th, the Senate counts them officially. And now this is all symbolic because the vote has already been decided. Nothing can really happen. It was a process probably from a couple hundred years ago where they actually had the communication was slower. So you had to send the votes and go to Washington and do the official vote. And that's how it's set up. And Trump at that time said, well, we got to stop the steal, which I didn't know how that was going to happen anyway, because at that point it's just a formality. And Mike Pence led the Senate, but there's pressure for Mike Pence, I guess, to send it back to the states, which I doubt he had the authority to do. But Trump said, hey, let's get everyone in Washington and let's protest it. And you have to understand, if you're not an American, protests always happen in Washington. It seems like every day there's a protest. That's part of being an American. We have, or used to have anyway, what's called the First Amendment right, where we can protest against the government without being arrested or beaten. At least that's the theory. And so protests are not unusual. The left has them all the time. Like they had their Pussy Hat March, where all the women were mad about something, and they wore hats that looked like women's, and this happens all the time, these type of marches. Well, in this case, we had it for the Trump supporters, which is a little bit more unusual for conservatives to have a march, because most conservatives, they have like families and jobs. They don't have all day to go around marching. But in this case, I guess because of COVID, and a lot of people out of work, they had the opportunity, and they went to Washington and they did their march. And again, this is perfectly legal. They had the right to do that. There's nothing wrong with that. So they were in Washington protesting. Trump spoke to him, and he said, hey, let's all march down to the Capitol and protest this vote. He said we, but he didn't really go, but all his supporters went down there, which again, there's nothing wrong with that. You can march in front of the Capitol and protest. And that's what happened. Unfortunately, there's a few people that pushed their way into the Capitol. Most didn't. Most people didn't do that at all, but some did. And the police couldn't hold the lines, and they pushed their way in. And what was interesting, if you guys saw the video, they're trying to retcon this. It's funny how the liberals always try and change history. Even history that just happened a month ago makes you wonder how much history they've changed in the past. But they changed. This one just happened a month ago. We saw people, they pushed in, and then the cops, they were like, we can't control this anymore. Come on in if you want. So some people, they didn't even know that they shouldn't be there, and they just walked in. And it was amazing because unlike the Antifa BLM riots of the year prior, which I'll get to, most of the people were just boomer conservatives, and they were actually following the ropes in the Capitol building. They wouldn't violate it, and they were taking pictures of the paintings and the statues. And there was no like trying to set fires or vandalism or anything like that. They're just kind of hanging out there like tourists. And then you had a couple of like goofballs. I know like Baked Alaska. He's a popular, I don't think he's on YouTube or whatever he was on. And he did a live stream from someone's office. And there was some guy that I guess stole Nancy Pelosi's podium. And again, this is all wrong. You're not supposed to trespass, and obviously theft is wrong. But it wasn't as they tried to retcon it as like this huge insurrection. And the only violence that really happened, there was 5 people, sadly, that died, but they were all Trump supporters. Again, it was like all these Trump supporters killed all these people. That's not how it happened. Ashley Babbitt was probably the most famous. She was a former military person. I believe she was in the Air Force, and she was there. She really believed the election was stolen. She wanted to protest. She went into the Capitol. Again, that's trespassing, but she was shot dead through the neck. And if you know anything, we had a year-long riots of total scumbag criminals being shot by the police and killed. And that was like, oh, this is intolerable. And here's a lady that never had a criminal record. She was unarmed. She was trespassing, and they shot her dead. And the police officer, they didn't release his name. He received no penalty. They probably gave him a medal. She was shot dead in the Capitol, bled to death in the Capitol. And the other deaths, one was a straight fake news libel. It was that the Trump supporters beat to death a police officer with a fire extinguisher, if you remember that. That was fake news. That never happened. In fact, they later admitted he was never hit with a fire extinguisher. I believe the next day he had a stroke and died. I don't know if it was related. So that's 2. And the 3 other people, I think they died of heart attacks just because of the excitement. Sadly, we Americans tend to be a little bit big people. We don't eat very well. And you get a lot of older, fat people in a huge crowd and excitement. Sometimes people will die. I think there's like 500,000 people there. And one guy died, I know, because Lauren Whiskey, who I've had on my show, she ran for Senate in Delaware, which she did really well. She got 40% of the vote, which in Delaware is a very heavily Democratic state. So she did one of the highest vote totals ever for a Republican in that state. She was at the rally, and what happened? A tear gas was fired. It somehow frightened the man, and he collapsed and he had a heart attack. So that was another one. So that was really the basis of the violence there, and this is what happened. But how the Democrats and the media portrayed it is very interesting. And this is where we get into the post-Trump phase and how we go forward as nationalists. You guys, I'm sure in Europe are familiar with the Reichstag fire. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I'm not German. Well, I'm actually part German on my mother's side, but I don't speak German, but I think it's called the Reichstag fire. And that happened in 1933, February 27th, 1933. And in 1933, I think you guys all know, a really bad man was elected in Germany. By the way, he was elected. And there was an attack on their Reichstag building, just like our Capitol, and it was set on fire. And the Nazis at the time, they blamed the communists for doing it. Maybe the communists did it. I don't know. But they blamed them, and they used that as a pretext to implement emergency measures and policies that restricted dissident thought and dissident action. So as a way to stifle the opposition. And people always use it, right or wrong, but they use it as an example of where a government will take an event and use that event and blow it out of proportion as an excuse to squash the civil liberties of their opponents. And this is exactly what has happened in the United States. We're living this right now. We've had our own Reichstag fire, except there wasn't a fire. It was a thing that happened that they're using. And when I say the media and the Democratic Party, you have to understand it's be like in the old Soviet Union. I'm old enough. I'm an old guy. I remember when the Soviet Union existed. And they had the Pravda was a news organization. And we in the West always knew it was a joke. Pravda was just an organ of the Soviet Union. And that's the way our mainstream media is. It's part of the Democratic Party. It's not really separate. So they're one and the same how they do the narrative. So all of a sudden there became a narrative that this wasn't just a protest where some people trespassed and then they left. No, 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 no. This was an attempted insurrection. And if you notice, I think in their style guides now, they will always use the term insurrection because that's very scary. That's an interesting word they use too for an insurrection, because an insurrection is where you're trying to overthrow the government or take over the government. And there was no evidence anyone was attempting to take over the government. I don't know how it is in Estonia, but I did visit Estonia. I gave a speech here in 2016. Ruben gave me a tour of the parliament building when I was out of session. Beautiful building. I stood in your parliament, in the Estonian parliament. That did not, I don't think, give me legal rights to write laws for you. That wasn't like an insurrection that I was taking over your government. I was just looking around. And that's basically what happened on January 6th. It wasn't an attempt to change the government. That's silly. No one would really think that unless you're deranged or you're a liar. But then I kind of, that's our politicians. So that's what they're trying to push. And it's interesting because they're just so upset about the so-called insurrection. This is after a whole year in 2020 of BLM and Antifa serious riots that included arson, that included murder, that included real insurrection where they attempted to take buildings or territory. We had attacks on police stations where police stations were taken over. Federal buildings were set on fire. Arson happened. I remember in the state of Oregon, Trump had to send in troops to protect a federal courthouse because Antifa was attacking it. And the left, Trump's a dictator. How dare he send in the troops to protect the federal building? And now in Washington, D.C., we have like divisions around our capital. We're supposed to be a democracy, but it looks like something out of Baghdad, the green zone, where it's a fortified encampment because they're supposedly there's all these evil white supremacists about to attack. And again, it's all theater. I think people in charge, they know there's not going to be any attacks, but it's a way to gin up fear. So when people go to Washington, they see the tanks, they see the men with machine guns, and it's like, it's because of the white supremacists that are threatening our precious democracy. That's what they're trying to do. But when Trump tried to send in just a few troops to protect the federal courthouse, no, Trump was a dictator. And then, of course, we had multiple murders were on camera. Antifa in Seattle just shot dead. A Trump supporter was minding his own business. In Denver, Colorado, 9 News was a media organization. Again, the mainstream media, they literally had an Antifa guy acting as their bodyguard, and they saw a guy with a Trump hat on. He just walked over, pulled out a gun, and shot him dead. This has gone on and on. Black Lives Matter. When they first started in 2016, a Black Lives Matter supporter murdered 5 Dallas police officers. In fact, it was so bad, they kind of had to go underground after that. You didn't hear much about them. But now they've resurrected the movement. They're out burning and killing before. So this happened basically for a whole year. And was it called an insurrection ever? Even when Antifa, they in Seattle and Oregon, they literally took over blocks of a city. Just imagine in Estonia, someone takes over some territory, puts up barricades and says, this is no longer part of Estonia. This is our sovereign nation. That's what this group did in Washington State and Oregon. And no one did anything about it. They just put up their barricades. They had their security. In fact, I think it was called Chaz. And in the Chaz, they had their own security guards, and some black kid was driving past the barricades, and these security guards, Antifa, they shot him dead, murdered him. This is the chaos that happened. So we literally had insurrection. That's insurrection, I call it, where you claim this is my territory now. And no one said anything about it. They didn't call it insurrection. No. The official term was peaceful protest. This is a peaceful protest. It's just like a love-in. And one of the famous iconic scenes was this black reporter was talking like, yes, you got to understand, these are mostly peaceful protests. And in the background, you literally see a building burning from arson on fire and people running and screaming, throwing things. It was bizarre. That's how the media has lied and gaslighted us. So we had like this whole year of violence that was called peaceful protests by the media. And then you have those protests on January 6th. It's like, oh my God, it's another 9/11, Pearl Harbor, Holocaust, everything rolled into one. How have we ever seen such a thing? Obviously, we're going to have to strip people of their rights now. That's where we are. And getting back to the Capitol, it's not the first time people have stormed the Capitol. Just 2 years prior in the Kavanaugh hearings, Kavanaugh, if you don't know, was a Supreme Court justice. He is a Supreme Court justice, but Trump nominated him. So, of course, he had to be evil. And they vetted him. Ooh, has this guy ever done anything bad in his life? And pretty much no. He lived a really straight life. But back in his high school yearbook, I don't know in Estonia how this works, but we have high school when you're like 16, 17 years old. I guess people are writing his yearbook, but there's an incident when he was in high school. He's at a party. They were kind of drinking, having fun. He knocked a girl over on a bed. He fell on her. He got back up. That was it. You know, kids horse playing. There wasn't a rape. There was no sexual harassment. But years later, it's like, oh, Kavanaugh's this sexual harasser. This is outrageous what he did at 17 years old. If he's in, it's going to be legal to rape women in America. You know, and so these feminists got all ginned up and they got all excited and they were screaming because they were part of the resistance, man. And so they all stormed the Capitol in the hearings. They broke in. They went past the police lines. And, you know, that was called an insurrection. That was just 2 years ago. And if you want another worse incident, someone named Susan Rosenberg, she was part of a terrorist group in the 80s, literal terrorist group. They set off bombs. And she was part of a bombing of the Capitol in 1983. A lot of people don't know this. Our Capitol was bombed in 1983. It caused a lot of damage. Luckily, it didn't kill anyone, but she was behind the bombing. She went to prison for it. And then Bill Clinton let her out of prison. And now it's like, what the hell? She is on the board of directors, or was, Black Lives Matter. Now, how does someone named Susan Rosenberg end up in charge of a Black organization? I don't know. I'll let you to figure that out. And it's kind of interesting because BLM is all about anti-whiteness. And Susan Rosenberg, I don't know. But she's kind of was in charge of that. So here we have someone that's like decrying white supremacy and violence, who was literally running a Black organization that hates whites, who herself was part of a real terrorist group in the 80s that set off a bomb. This is where we are. And so the media has used this nonsense to start a pogrom against whites. And I think that's the actual term. Because you always heard the pogrom against Jews, like in Russia and other places. Well, we have it against whites now in the United States. And the things that are happening now, I kind of predicted, I thought this was happening. But if anyone predicted this 10 years ago or 20 years ago, you'd be like, oh no, man, you're just being a paranoid kook. You're a conspiracy theorist. I can't believe you're thinking this. How can you think this? You're just a nut. But it's happening. And I'm just going to give you a couple examples that have happened in like the past week or two. I could do these every day, but these are just a couple of examples. One I have is in the New York City school curriculum. They decided to teach children about the 8 white identities. That's right. I guess there's eight white identities. I didn't know there's 8, and I didn't know how many there were, but there's 8. And they go from red to green, and you want to get to the green. Red is bad. Red, the top one is white supremacist. And white supremacist is not probably how you define it, or I would define it. You think white supremacist, ooh, someone's in the Ku Klux Klan that wants to harm minorities. No. Basically, if you're a white person that thinks you have a right to live, you're a white supremacist. That's how they define it. So there's white supremacist, white voyeurism, no idea what that is, white privilege, white benefit, white confessional, white critical, white traitor, and white abolitionist. And you're supposed to be a white abolitionist. And what they mean by that is you're supposed to, if you're white, advocate the elimination of the white race. That's literally what they're teaching children. And as you can imagine, that is pretty offensive. If any other group they did that, it would be outrageous. And it's just not with schools, it's all the big corporations. One of the things that the old right always got confused, they always thought the corporations were like right-wing and conservative. No, the biggest woke ones around are the corporation. They're in bed with the government, the political party, and Coca-Cola. This was leaked. The computer-based training their employees had to take for diversity training. I used to be in the corporate environment in the 1990s, and some of you probably have too, or maybe still are. But we used to have to take diversity training as a requirement. And back then, it's kind of bullshit, but it wasn't too bad. It was mostly, try to be nice to other people, respect differences. And then they had like computer-based training, and you had to do quizzes about like sexual harassment. But it was always easy because you always knew who the villains were, because when they had like a role play, they would have like a white guy sexually harassing a girl. And then you'd have like some Muslim or black jump in and say, no, white man, that's not how you treat women. It's like, okay, yeah, that's like the real world. Because, white guys always harass them. And, Muslims and blacks are stopping harassment of white women. All you white women, I'm sure, know that. If you go on the streets of Paris and stuff, it's the white men that are harassing you. But it was kind of corny, but that's how it was. But now they've upped their game. Now it's just straight as to anti-whiteness. And they had a screenshot that they said, you need to be less white. Yes, if you're white, you need to be less white. And to be less white is to be less oppressive, to be less arrogant, to be less certain, to be less defensive, to be less ignorant, to be more humble. Listen, break with apathy, and break white solidarity. What the hell? Could you imagine doing this with any other race, like putting racial stereotypes? I mean, I hate to sound like the Democrats, but they're actually doing racism here. They're saying, if you're white, you have all these bad. If you're white, you're oppressive. If you're white, you're arrogant. If you're white, you're defensive. If you're white, you're ignorant. You gotta get less of that. Could you imagine if they did that with any other race? Like, if you're Mexican, you need to be less lazy. Or if you're black, you need to be less violent. Or if you're Jewish, you need to be less greedy. I mean, my God, they would shut the whole thing down. They'd probably call the FBI in and be like, whoa. And can you imagine telling any other race that they need to be less Jewish or less black or less Mexican? It would be outrageous. But here they're telling our race that we need to be less white, and that they ended that with try to be less white. And then we had another incident because the crimes are going up in the United States a lot in the cities. Because again, last year, because of poor St. Floyd that was killed, we had to defund the police because the police are white supremacists, are just picking on innocent minorities who are minding their own business. So if we got rid of police, that was the cure of the situation. Well, they defunded a lot of police, and in many cases, the police have decided not to arrest a lot of minorities because they don't want to go to have the trouble. So guess what's happened? No one could have predicted this. There's a lot of crime now. It's very violent. And in San Francisco, a lot of old Asian men, and Asian in America, we don't mean like Asian and Britain. Asian and Britain, I think they mean like Pakistanis, but in America, we mean like Chinese and Japanese. And there's a lot of Asian population in San Francisco. In fact, they have something called Chinatown there. I don't know if you guys have that in European cities, but in America, a lot of big cities, we have like ethnic neighborhoods, or used to, and there's still Chinatown there and other towns like that. And some of these old Asians were being attacked, and they're being attacked by blacks, 100%. Black young people are attacking old Asians because they know, well, if you're a predator, you attack who's weak. It's not going to put up a threat. So you can rob them, attack them, and they've been attacking Asian men. So what's the response of the left? You think they do a march against blacks attacking Asians, saying the Asians need to be protected? No. The problem is that they had marched against white nationalism, because somehow blacks attacking Asians is the fault, of course, of whites, because in this current America, everything is the fault of whites, no matter what happens. So if a young black decides to slash the face of a black man, a Asian man, which happened, it's white man's fault somehow because reasons. And so that's the environment we're living in. And then probably one of the biggest problems we have, at least for our people and our young people, I know I'm talking to the Blue Awakening, a youth conference. I think it's not as bad as Estonia. I mean, be happy you're there, because I don't think if you try to get a job in Estonia and you're a young Estonian, they're like, oh, you're Estonian. No, we don't want you. We want a Somali. I don't know. I hope it's not that way in Estonia, but it's that way in the United States. In the United States, all the corporations have what they call diversity goals, which strictly means now fewer white people. And it doesn't matter if you're a white guy and you're more qualified, they're going to pick the black or the Hispanic or something else. In fact, the only way you can pretty much get on as a white guy now, if you're young, is to pretend you're a girl. So it doesn't matter if you have a beard and talk deep, just put a sundress on and say you're transgender. Maybe they'll put you in at that point. But unless you have a weird sexual perversion, you're probably not going to get hired on as a straight white man. And that's caused a lot of problems with white men. A lot of white men are facing difficulties. This is a serious issue. If you can't get employment, you work hard in school, you do well, you get good grades, you're more qualified than other people, but you're disqualified because of your race, because you're an evil white person that has privilege. Don't you know you have privilege? And this is demoralizing to a lot of young white men. Again, I don't know how it is in Estonia, but I have so many white guys, younger white guys, write me and just tell me of the issues they have. And this is, I think, why we're seeing now in the United States, they're trying to legalize love like weed, marijuana, and porn is popular, and video games. Is a lot of, especially young white men, are getting very depressed, and they're turning to drugs, they're turning to pornography, they're turning to video games to escape everything. And again, it's not like I'm against video games or anything like that, but they feel there's no future, and they feel isolated. They're really isolated, and they feel alone. They're told they're evil. In the United States, if you go to public school, you're going to be taught since kindergarten that you're evil because you're white and you have privilege and you need to be punished. And your only goal in life is to try to eliminate whiteness. That means eliminating your whole family, your whole ancestors, your home, everything. It's a genocidal topic, the way they speak to you. So these people are really depressed, and it's something that we as a community really need to address. And that's one of my top goals. Because see, you can't change. You can't change your whiteness. You can, at least in America, if you're a guy and you put a sundress on, that makes you officially a female here. And if you say otherwise, you're full of hate. You can do that. But you can't say, fine, I'll just put a black face on. I'm a black now, right? No. You can't do that. In fact, we had a famous case, this lady named Rachel Ann Dolezal. You probably heard of her. She was a lady that claimed to be black, and she had like this weird tan thing she put on. And somehow she was able to become head of a NAACP chapter. And NAACP is an older black group. It's sort of like a precursor to Black Lives Matter. It means a National Association of Colored People. And that was back when you could say colored people. That's probably offensive now. But she was part of that because she claimed to be black. But then all of a sudden, someone is like, wait a minute, you're not black, you're white. I saw your parents. And yes, she's white. And so it became a question, can you change your race? And they're like, no, that's hate, that's fraud, that's cultural appropriation. And of course, they don't want to allow that, because if people could change the race, everyone would change the race to be black, because then you'd all get the same privileges. But if everyone got the same privileges, then no one gets them. See, that's the problem. So you can't change your race. So they put you in a situation. Okay, think about this logically. We got to eliminate whiteness. People like Susan Rosenberg will tell us all over and over and over, but we can't stop being white ever. So what's the logical outcome? I mean, what's the logical solution they're saying? I mean, could you imagine if like Mr. Adolf from years ago would have said, oh, you need to be less Jewish and you can't change being Jewish? I mean, what's the logical outcome of that? I mean, that's what they're promoting right now. And I laughed about it, but it's a serious situation. It's not really funny. It's quite scary. The rhetoric in America now is like after the Russian Revolution with the Bolsheviks. It's just very bloodthirsty and hateful, or it's like the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia. And we could experience in America an ethnic cleansing. And it's happened elsewhere. I know a lot of you guys know that in Europe. Even within the white race, there's been various ethnic groups have been moved. Transylvania, I used to live in Hungary. Transylvania used to be Hungarian. And part of it, to make it ethnically cleansed, Stalin put in a lot of Romanians into Transylvania now. And it still creates a lot of tensions. And I think even in Estonia, you had a lot of Russians, ethnic Russians that moved in. And again, these were all as a plot to try to divide a people so you don't have self-determination. We see that right now in America. We're living it. The goal is they do not want America to be a white nation anymore. And our country was founded as a white nation. It was built not by blacks. The blacks that were here as slaves, they picked cotton. Whites built the country. They were the engineers. They created the railroads. They created the factories. They were the farmers. They were the miners. They were the explorers. They were the pioneers. It was almost exclusively whites. White Europeans built this nation, and it remained 90% white until about 1965, when they changed our Immigration Act. And they, at the time, said, no, this isn't going to change our demographics. This is just to allow easier other people to come in from other countries besides Europe, because beforehand it's pretty much European immigration. But no, we're not going to change the demographics. Well, it turned out to be a lie, and here we are, and it's escalated. Obviously, in 2010 was the census. We're going to have one in 2020. 2010, we were about 60% white in this nation. And the whites are probably the minority now, I would guess. It's that way in California. California was 70% white in 1980, is 30% white now. And California used to be the Golden State. Everyone wanted to go there. That was like the best state. Now people are fleeing that state. It's a one-party state. Republicans don't have any control at all. It's all Democrats, which is amazing, because California, that's where like Richard Nixon came from. That's where Ronald Reagan came from. It used to be a strong Republican state, but they changed the people. And now it's heavily Mexican, a huge homeless population, very third world standards. Still beautiful areas. There's still a lot of rich people in their gated neighborhoods, but the middle class is almost gone. You either got the very rich or you got, looks like Calcutta. That's what happened in California, and that's what's starting to happen in our other states. It's accelerating, and people support this. I know in the SPLC, they did an interview with a guy in the background on his desk. He had a chart of the demographics of the white population falling every decade. And I guess that inspired him. Like most people, when you work, you have pictures of your family. He had pictures of the whites being reduced in this country. So there's a lot of people that this is a good thing. And they're trying to do it because, again, they see whiteness as evil. And the way to combat the evil is to eliminate whiteness. So how do you eliminate whiteness? You eliminate white people. So that's what they're doing. And we're seeing also a rapid increase because these people, they realize that once they realize they don't have to play nice anymore, they don't. And they're getting to the point like, oh, we don't have to pretend anymore. We don't have to pretend we're about free speech and tolerance and exchanging ideas, and everyone is valued no matter your race or your gender or your religion. No, they can scrap that. They're like, yeah, we said that, but now that's bullshit. We hate you. Your race is evil and we want you gone. And they're pretty much saying that. It's not a conspiracy theory. They are saying this. Well, they're saying you need to be less white. They're saying you need to, our children, they're teaching our children, you have to be a white abolitionist, meaning you have to support the abolishing your parents, your brothers and sisters, your ancestors, your grandparents. It's horrible, but that's where we are right now. There's no other way to say it. They're advocating genocide. Maybe we get it. They would just replace us with people, or maybe they'll actually kill us. I don't know, but it's escalating. So our response, how do we need to respond to this? Well, the things we can't do is, first of all, we can't get into fantasy. And you guys probably heard that QAnon that happened in the United States. I never followed it much, but it was supposed a secret group that had everything under control. And it was like a movie. They said to sit back and watch, and we're going to arrest all the bad guys, and Hillary Clinton will be arrested, and Soros and all these people will be arrested, Bill Gates, and the good guys will win. You just watch. It's like watching a movie. And a lot of people fell for it, and because they wanted to believe that, because it's a nice idea that you don't have to do anything. You don't have to take a risk. You don't have to get out in public. You don't have to talk about issues. You don't have to stand for your people. No. You can just sit at home and watch while other people do it, and you can cheer them on. So it's a nice fantasy. And a lot of people really fell for it, some really good people. And I've said this before, it was our version in the 21st century of the Native Americans or the Indians ghost dance of the 19th century. And the ghost dance was at the end of the 19th century. The Indians were defeated. There's just pockets of them left. But some of their prophets or shaman, they had a vision that if you did this type of dance, they called it a ghost dance, their ancestors will come back and they would be protected from the white man's bullets. And so they did their dance, and they really believed, because if you believe, it'll be true. And they went out and they attacked the white man with the protection of their ancestors, and it didn't work. The bullet still killed them, and that was it. And it's kind of our goat stance. We're engaging in fantasy. We can't engage in fantasy. It's not going to work. If we don't stand up, no one will. There's not a secret organization that's going to rescue us. We need to do what, like the Blue Awaken is doing, is get out there, take a stand. You stand for your people. Be courageous. Your ancestors did. That's why you're alive. You wouldn't be here if your ancestors, they had a struggle, they had a fight. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. And they did that, so you have the same obligation. We just can't sit back and watch someone else do it. And we have to understand that the whole civic nationalism in America can no longer work. We're a one-party state now. We don't have the demographics. We can vote our way out of this. Now, people like in Estonia, I think you guys are still in the situation that you can. And God bless you. And please learn from our example. Protect your borders. Don't allow massive immigration. Because what will happen is the same thing that happened in South Africa, Rhodesia, now the United States. Your people will be replaced. And pretty soon they'll import a bunch of people into Estonia, and you'll have people like Susan Rosenberg saying, you know, you got Estonian privilege, and you should feel shame for being Estonian. And we're going to teach your children that they need to abolish. They got to advocate abolishing the Estonian people because you're wicked. That's what will happen. I guarantee it. And if you get too much immigration, you won't be able to vote your way out of it. Because guess what? In a democracy, they can outvote you. It's just more people outvoting you. That's why democracy, by the way, is evil. But that's a system we have. You guys can still work the system. We can't. What we need to do in the United States is have more local organizations and parallel institutions. And again, just put this in perspective. The United States is big compared to Estonia. Estonia is about the size of the state of New York, which is a medium-sized state. We got 50 states. So we're a huge country compared to you. You guys are already local. We're huge and probably too big. We're like the old Soviet Union. And I'm not advocating this, but in 20, 30 years, I think the United States will break apart like the Soviet Union did, because we don't have anything that binds us together anymore. As John Adams said years ago, we had a kindred blood. We no longer have a kindred blood. We don't have a common religion. Saying this is a Christian nation would trigger a lot of people, get them really mad. We don't have a common language. It used to be English, but saying that now, oh, that's hateful. You can't say English is a common language. We don't have common customs. Celebrate Christmas? Oh, that could be hateful for Jewish people or Muslims. No. So we don't have common customs. Constitution? The people moving in, they don't care about the damn Constitution. That was written by a bunch of white men, a bunch of white slave owners. What do we care about concepts of free speech and the right to bear arms? Those are evil white man concepts. We don't believe in that. We're going to vote that out. So what is a country then? What is a nation? See, we're no longer a nation. We're a country of multiple nations. And as Europe has known, when you have that experience, things dissolve because people want self-determination. So in America, we're going to have to build local systems. We're going to have our own education system where we homeschool our children. So they're not taught that they're evil because of the race, and they're actually taught things, and they can be taught in a safe environment without being attacked. And we got to have our own healthcare, because sadly, you saw in Canada, they already said if you're white, you're in the back of the line for the COVID vaccination, which is interesting because the left, when you always talk about the white race, they're like, well, what do you mean by white? I don't even know what white is. That's an ignorant concept. There is no such thing as race or white race. But then when it's something like this, it's like, yeah, whitey, get on the back of the line. Then magically they're able to determine who is white. Isn't that interesting? So we'll have to have our own healthcare because we won't get it. And we'll eventually have to have our own self-defense too. We have to build those communities. They got to be local, they got to be legal, but we got to build it. We can't change it on the Washington level. You in Estonia, you can still make a difference in your country with elections. We can't. And then my final point is, I have Patreons. I have a Patreon, this girl, she's originally from Russia. And she talked a little bit, wrote about the division in Europe and how when you get to America or Canada, we have to somehow get beyond our inner divisions. And I get it because I lived in Hungary, and I understand the Hungarians, they don't care for the Romanians. And I know there's some tensions between the Estonians and the ethnic Russians and the for example, the French and the Germans historically. There's all of that. I get that. We're different people, and we got to celebrate our differences. I want Estonia to always be for the Estonian people. You have your language, you have your traditions, different than, let's say, Poland. That's perfectly fine. But we got to understand our enemy doesn't see us as Polish, Russian, Estonian, German. They see us as white. And so if you're here, like in America, you can say, I'm not white, I'm Estonian. That's not going to fly. That's not going to fly. You're still considered evil, and you still got to advocate that abolish your people. That's how they see us. So we need to come together. We need to heal our ethnic divisions, and we need to stand as a united front. And I will kind of leave with this one message saying that one of our founding fathers, Benjamin Franklin, said, when we had the revolution against the British, America wasn't really all united either. There was cultural differences between the real Yankees, like in Boston, versus the South, let's say like Virginia or South Carolina, very different type of states. And Benjamin Franklin, he had a saying when he had the revolution that we must hang together, or most assuredly, we shall all hang separately. And that's the case with our people. We don't have the option now being separate. We need to hang together. Otherwise, our people will be destroyed separately. And again, thank you for the invitation to inviting me for this conference. It's been wonderful. I can't wait to get back to Estonia again. It's a beautiful land. I encourage anyone that's watching that's not from Estonia, when we can travel again, go. You'll love it. It's a great place, great people. I can't wait to return. Beautiful forest. And that's all I have. And I'll put my headphones back on in case I need to hear something. But thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you very much, Bradley Paul. We will now take a couple of questions. I saw a few of them right before here. Just a moment. Yes, this one. Do you think it would be realistic to reform the whole US immigration law of 1965 back to the 1922 logic, where migration to US was allowed according to ethnic quotas? Do you think this is useful, and will it actually be realistic?
No, I mean, I would be for it, but we don't have the votes to do that. Who's going to vote that in? We're the Democratic Party right now, and their number one goal is not economic. The left used to be more about economic. In the United States, it was about the workers and maybe unions, but now it's all racial and it's anti-white. So why would they want to do something that would hurt them? Now, and they control that. So I don't see that possible. I don't see us having the presidency again or the Congress. So while that might be nice in theory, I don't see that happening in practice.
All right, thanks for that. Next question. Do you agree that Trump was the savior of white people or white America that they were waiting for, and he actually wasn't against the establishment? Who do you think that white Americans should vote for next time? Can there be a real chance? Is there a next time?
Do you agree Trump was a white savior? I'm just reading this. No, he wasn't. And I don't think he thought of himself that way. He was a civic nationalist type, and that was fine. But he kind of had that. Here's where we are in America. He didn't hate white people. So I guess that's a good thing for him, and he's hated for that. But, he wasn't definitely pro-white. If you ever heard him talk in his administration, he never said anything about what he did for white people. It was always like, oh, we have the lowest black unemployment ever, or whatever, what we're doing for Hispanics. He would never mention whites in a positive fashion. Almost no politicians will in the United States. That's shameful. You can't mention whites unless it's negative, like white privilege or something like that. You can't mention that white people have interests, that we're actual human beings that have desires and needs. No. You can't humanize white people. And he didn't do that. He did go against the establishment. I do believe that, even though he is part of the establishment, ironically. But that's why they hated him so much. He was an outsider. Even though he's from New York City, it's kind of weird. He wasn't an outsider. They all knew him. He went to Hillary Clinton's daughter's wedding. They all knew each other, but he didn't really follow the plan with everyone else. Who should white people vote for next time? I don't know. I'm not into voting now. I think we're past the point of voting. We don't have self-determination. So what's the point? It'd be like if Israel opened their borders and they became 80% Muslim, and the Jewish people were saying, "Oh, who should we vote for our leader?" Well, it doesn't matter. It's 80% Muslim now, right? You've lost your chance. And can there be real change by voting? No, not in this country anymore, but other places can. I think like Estonia can. So I encourage that. And if people want to vote, I'm fine with that. But no, we can't have real change anymore by voting.
I see. It is a sad situation. I mean, all in all, in the U.S. But we get just a moment. What do you think will be the next long-term developments with nationalism in the U.S. The next 4 to 10 years? What is good? What is bad?
Well, I hope in the next 4 and 10 years we may have more of a local focus and we get networks of people. That's what I advocate. And that's where you know people locally, and then these local organizations can network nationally. I think the top-down approach is a mistake because it can too easily be co-opted and infiltrated. So I'm skeptical of those approaches. And I'm very, obviously, the Biden administration considers anyone that's like white. You don't even have to be a nationalist. If you're a Trump supporter, you're considered a domestic terrorist. So they're doing everything in their power to set up people. So if you have any organization, they will send in informants to try to set you up on some bogus charge. So we got to be very careful about being legal, hyper careful, and not, for example, deal with guns or talk about guns or anything illegal. We need to just form communities where we know each other, that we help each other, that we provide assistance to each other, but we don't engage in any militias or anything like that. I'm sure the regime will be setting up fake militias to try to, honeypots will be set up, but we got to be vigilant of those and stay away from those. We got to do it as a grassroots effort and stay away from big national organizations at this time.
Thanks for that. We'll take 2 more questions from here. The first one being, what do you think about the campaign to remove Dutch imagery from the New York City flag?
Yeah, New York City, I think, used to be called New Amsterdam, correct? It was originally a Dutch colony. I don't really care as much because I think this country, the historic America, is gone. So in some ways, it's good that our symbols are removed because a lot of the boomer conservatives, they still think America's around, and if they see the symbols, it makes them happy. So like if they should replace the American flag with the black fist salute, I really wouldn't mind because it would really help clarify the situation.
Yeah, so I'll move on to the final question. Do you think that calling these developments communistic, socialistic in nature is wrong? Would you agree to call it more like corporate fascism?
Yeah, definitely. And I've often said that we're not a communist system. A lot of conservatives over here, they're really confused about the terms right and left, and they call everything they don't like communist. But obviously, communism is where the state controls all private property, at least businesses. I guess you can have personal property, but everything's owned by the state. And there's no attempt here in America to for the state to run Google or Twitter or General Motors or Apple. They're in bed with the corporations. They work with the corporations, and the corporations work with the Democratic Party. So it is a type of corporate fascism. I know some people don't like that term fascism because they use a different definition, but whatever you want to call it, we have major corporations that are monopolies that work hand in hand with our one-party state. But I don't see a desire of even on the Democratic Party to eliminate private corporations and nationalize them all. I don't see that on the horizon. So I think that is correct to say that we're going to a communist system. I don't believe it is communist.
Thank you. I think we'll take one more question. One last question. Hold on. What do you think about South Africa and Brazil as studies for nations going forward?
Well, we're a little bit different. South Africa, the whites were always a small population, but I think it shows that the key thing we need in life is self-determination. And again, I always use the Jewish example with Israel. They restrict who can be citizens. We in America, we're supportive for Israel to remaining ethnically a Jewish state, because if Israel ceased to be a Jewish state, and let's say they invited all the neighboring Muslims in, they would no longer have self-determination. So that's why the key thing is to have self-determination. Probably the South Africa, the solution would have been to divide up the homeland, allowed the blacks to have their homeland separate from the whites. Apartheid was a mistake. They shouldn't have done that. They should have kept their own homeland free of the black population, but they didn't do that. But in the future, they should have started their own homeland, and we need to think in those terms. So ideas like segregation or apartheid, those are always mistakes. It's never going to work. We need our own self-determination. And again, I'm not strictly a racial nationalist, because you can have a lot of different types of people in there, but you got to have basically a majority. For example, if you're going to have Finland, if it's going to remain Finland, you need to have Finnish people. It doesn't have to be 100% Finnish, but if Finland is composed of, let's say in the future, only 20% of people are Finns, it's no longer going to be Finland, right? And that's the way it is in America. And we're already seeing that in parts of America, like California, Texas. It's like no longer America anymore because the people have been replaced.
Thanks for that. There's actually one more question from Stedman, very interesting and very poignant. So we do have to wrap up quite soon, but I think we still have time for this one. If there's no change, how would you think that any change would actually take place? So would people have to form how to unify communities and through that exercise self-determination?
Yeah, it's like the Soviet Union broke apart. I don't know if they voted on that. It's these type of things just sort of happen. And I think eventually the United States will implode and break apart organically. A lot of these things are organic changes. I'm right wing. That means I believe in organic forms of government. And I think we need to be prepared when it does implode to have our own communities in place, which will become in the future, maybe future states. And that's how it happens. So at this point, we just need to put the horse before the cart. And instead of making all esoteric plans about the new constitution or something like that, we just need to get together with people we know and start our own communities. That's the best form of preparation that we can do at this point, because it's legal. We're not inciting violence, but we're connecting. And as I said, there's so many people now that are depressed. Let's say like white guys that can't get a job because McDonald's or Coca-Cola won't hire them because they're white. Well, if we have communities, we can start to support each other. Like say if someone cuts hair, we can, and I know this is a real example. You have a network, they could cut people's hair, and he could even do it, underground. So there's no taxes involved. We need to do things like that where people start supporting each other and people don't feel isolated. Humans are tribal. That's how we are. I think based on our DNA, all humans are. There's nothing wrong with that. And we need to be part of a tribe. And there's too many of our people are isolated. They may be around a lot of people, but they feel very, very alone. And that's not healthy. They need to be with people. We need to have communities of young people, of old people, everyone in between. And we need to have people say, hey, you can speak freely around us. And you don't have to be ashamed of who you are because of your race. We accept you. They need that. We need to provide those social networks right now so we can get our people young men off of drugs, off of pornography, off of just playing video games all day. They can have a purpose. Maybe they can join an organization like Blue Awakening or the equivalent, that they can fight for their people, and that gives them a sense of inspires their life. We're spiritual creatures. We need something to aspire to. That's what we need to do. But to lay the groundwork for that, we need to have the communities.
All right. Thank you very much, Ramsey Paul, for this interesting speech and all these questions. It was a pleasure having you on once again. And I wish you all the best, and hopefully we can work again.
Yeah, I would definitely love to come
to
Estonia again. Thank you very much. Bye-bye, guys.
You're always welcome. All right. Now we're going to move on to our next speaker, who is a leader of a new cultural association called Suund Finland. He is Toni Jalonen, and he will talk to us about the developments in the Finnish right wing during the past year.
Hello. Greetings from Finland, the true north. As some of you might remember, I spoke at Etnofutur a year ago, and my speech caused a bit of a stir back home. Today, I am honored to be speaking here again alongside such great people. After my last speech, there was a lot of heated discussion about me and about which ideologies are more acceptable in today's society than others. Since I gave my speech, which detailed my red pill journey, I can name 3 major events that occurred which affected me personally. First, because of my Etnofutur speech, the Finns party swiftly showed me the door. Soon after that, the party cut ties with their youth wing and founded a new one. I will elaborate on this soon. Then, at the end of the year, along with another former Finns party youth member, I was found guilty of hate speech for not going along with the European Union's agenda of mass immigration and the Great Replacement. I have lost most of my interest in parliamentary politics in the past year, although I recognize its importance in the big picture. Because of all this, I've changed. I'm unplugged, a new man, so to speak, like you, apparently free. No longer having to conform to the standards of a political party, I am freer to discuss a wide range of matters. The man who has nothing can still have faith. My speech today is about the developments in the Finnish right-wing politics in the past year and what we can learn from them. Arguably, the single event that caused the most shockwaves across our right-wing playfield was almost a year ago, when the Finns party demolished its youth organization, the Finns Party Youth. There was a plethora of reasons for this, but a big one was the infighting in the youth wing between the ethno-nationalists and the liberals. The schism began to appear in 2017 and became significantly worse in early 2018 when the youth wing's liberal leadership kicked out 4 prominent ethno-nationalists. Then, at the end of 2018, the Finns Party youth members chose a new leadership for 2019, which consisted almost entirely of ethno-nationalists, including myself. This, in turn, did not sit well with the liberal clique, and as far as I know, some of them, including a member of parliament, worked tirelessly against us behind the scenes all throughout 2019. There was some quarreling between the party and the youth wing regarding political alignment. It seemed the party leadership was becoming more liberal and silencing those who they saw as threats regarding the party's success. Ironically, according to the polls, whenever the youth wing made a controversial statement, it only had a positive effect. but the narrative stuck about the youth wing being a liability. Then came the time to choose the youth wing leadership for 2020. The Liberals had a campaign behind the scenes to bring out all available members, specifically to vote against the ethno-nationalists. The party chairman came to give a speech which included thinly veiled threats about choosing wisely. Despite all this, the members elected ethno-nationalists yet again, including myself. This was too much for the party to handle, so they took out the big guns, so to speak. The party issued an ultimatum. Either the youth wing changes its rules and gives the party more control over its members, actions, etc., or the party will do something drastic. This did not sit well with the youth wing, and when the time came to vote on these proposed new rules, the members chose to keep their independence and rejected them. Negotiation is surrender, and a coward always seeks compromise. The party then cut off our funding and disowned the youth organization. They then formed the new one with a 100% liberal leadership. The same exact thing happened with the Sweden Democrats a few years back, so it wasn't a total surprise. As the ethno-nationalists had been the most active members, and should I say the driving force of the youth wing for a couple of years, the new organization, Perussuomalainen Nuoriso, seems to be kind of passive right from the start. One thing is for sure, we won't be hearing any avant-garde provoking statements from them anytime soon. The demolition of the old youth wing also briefly left this active group of ethno-nationalists without a sense of direction. Then, as they found new things to focus on, 2020 saw the rise of a variety of new projects and organizations. By demolishing its youth wing, the Finns party succeeded in cutting out much of its young ethno-nationalist members and limiting their influence in the party, but at the same time enabled them to do their own thing in other parts of the playing field. All things considered concerning the nationalist movement, I see this unplugging of the young ethno-nationalists as a victory. The Finns party continues to become more and more liberal, while the more hardline nationalist groups continue to grow in another direction. What will become of each of these, time will tell. So that was the end of the Finns party youth as a major trailblazing force in the Finnish right. What are these new projects I mentioned, and where do I see them heading in the near future? Let's find out. I will start with the one closest to myself. In this post-Finns party era, I have focused most of my attention into the ethno-futurist cultural collective Suunta. The pandemic pretty much messed up our plans regarding live events, but we have been publishing stuff online, including book reviews and an ever-expanding nationalist consumer's guide. They can all be found at our website, suunta.info. I founded Suunta with some friends of mine because we felt Finland was missing a nationalist organization that focuses on art and culture, that helps out our guys with artistic ambitions. We already have some painters, musicians, writers, and poets doing stuff for us, and we will in turn provide them with resources and help spread the word about their work, etc. In addition, Suunta is also interested in the well-being of all Finno-Ugric peoples, our languages and cultures. Because of this, Suunta is also heavily against Russian politics, since Russia has established itself as a sworn enemy of all Finno-Ugrics. My wish is that Suunta will play some part in raising awareness about these matters, as well as acting as an artistic collective, as a benefactor of young nationalist artists, and maybe even ushering in a new ethno-futurist art movement. Ideally, when in 100 years there is a discussion about Finnish art, Suunta will be mentioned as a driving force behind a new renaissance of nationalist art. The golden age of Finnish art is not behind us, but in front of us. I may not get there, but as the man said, if you will it, it is no dream. Secondly, in the past year, Finland's biggest nationalist organization, Suomen Sisu, has received a noticeable boost under the leadership of Henri Hautamäki, who has been the chairman for a bit over a year now. Suomen Sisu is not affiliated with any party and operates on a metapolitical level, which is just as, if not more, important than parliamentary politics. In the past year, Chairman Hautamäki has made some excellent statements on behalf of Suomen Sisu regarding, for example, the culture war surrounding the Black Lives Matter movement, or the ethnically vibrant criminal youth gangs of Helsinki, and of course, Finnish solidarity during the current pandemic. I am most pleased with the increasing activity, visibility, and influence of Suomen Sisu. And as a member of the organization, I'm doing my part. I firmly believe that Suomen Sisu has all the potential to be a major influencer in Finnish society. I must also mention the fine young activists of Uudenmaan Akseli. The previous Finnish speaker of this conference, Yrjö Soinio, is their chairman. Uudenmaan Akseli consists of enthusiastic young nationalists, majority of which are under the age of 20. These Zoomers operate in southern Finland in the Uusimaa region, but it's only a matter of time until their movement spreads to other parts of Finland as well. Through their activities and events, they aim to improve the minds, bodies, and souls of our next generation. And it seems to me that they are doing these things very well. Although some forms of activism may seem like such a damn chore to others, for Uudenmaan Akseli, they are not. These guys have endless amounts of energy. Finally, I will talk briefly about the latest addition to our right-wing playing field, the new radically nationalist party, Sinimusta Liike, or roughly translated, the Blue-Black movement. The colors blue and black reference the Finnish radical nationalist and anti-communist movement, which operated from the 1920s to the 40s. The project is led by Tuukka Kuru, who was also a speaker at Etnofutur a few years back. Kuru is a prominent ethno-nationalist in Finland and basically the nemesis of the Finns party chairman Jussi Halla-aho. Sinimusta Liike isn't a registered party yet, but even at their preliminary state, they have caused quite a ruckus in Finland. They published their around 40 or 50-page party program, and it immediately caused an uproar amongst the panicking leftists and the mainstream media. In their little Harry Potter world, the Finns party is Voldemort, so they could not comprehend the possibility of a more radical ethno-nationalist reactionary party even existing. It seems that even with all this massive liberal butthurt, the new party is steadily on its way. Although it's not likely the new party will get any major practical power for at least 10 years. I see its value as a more hardline option to the Finns Party. It also acts as a motivator for the Finns Party not to go too far in their liberal tendencies, for that could mean that some of their voters would shift over to Sinimusta Liike. The new party can also incite discussion on a number of more or less taboo subjects, which then allows the more conformist parties to address them as well. In this regard, they would function pretty much like the Finns Party Youth did in the last few years of its lifetime. Of course, the new party will be attacked from all sides, but if I know the people who lead the party at all, they can take it. We must endure the present so that those who follow may continue our endeavors. The funniest thing was when, as a reaction to an interview Tuukka Kuru gave about the party, liberal Christian priests, along with a local Jewish figurehead, made a joint statement and declared racism a sin. It has certainly been a while since representatives of the church made a public statement aimed against one man like this. And to top it off, Tuukka is a devout Christian himself. It will be a good topic for another speech to discuss how we can preserve traditions and wholesome values when the institutions who currently represent them, i.e. the church, do not seem to want anything to do with us and are instead enthralled with Western liberal values and LGBT. I have come to the end of my speech. I hope you found my recap of the Finnish right-wing situation interesting, even if you have never even visited Finland. These are truly interesting times with a lot of different players in the field. We shall see what the future brings. In the light of these events, my advice to everyone would be to not go down the path of infighting and animosity. Us right-wingers and nationalists should try to be on the same team, and sometimes the best way that can be achieved is to put some distance between each other. As Tuukka Kuru said about the Finns Party, I don't mind if they are the largest party, but they cannot be the only nationalist party. What matters in the big picture is that nationalist forces win. Victory needs no explanation. Defeat allows none. Against the alien and the traitor, there is no fair way to fight. I wanted to end my speech with a Finnish poem, so here goes. This is the last verse of a poem by Eino Leino, one of my personal favorites and a national hero in Finland. Monta on laulua, monta myös laulujen miestä. Yksi on laulu ylitse muiden. Ihmisen, aatteen, hengen ankara laulu. Kansat katoo, ei katoa mahti, jonka on laulanut mahtaja kansansa sielun. Thank you for your time, keep safe, and God bless us all.
Thank you ever so much, Tony. Very, very interesting, and we will definitely be interested in these developments develop even further. We do have a few questions. So, will Finno-Ugric peoples make solidarity or any union with Ukraine to defeat our common enemy, Muscovy?
I do certainly hope so. I fully support the Intermarium movement along with Suunta and I would say the overwhelming majority of the Finnish ethno-nationalists. In Finland, even the liberal nationalists see Russian as the enemy. So I would see Finland as being a very big part in this Finno-Ugric struggle against the rogue state known as Russia. Yes. Any more questions?
Yes, actually, in the messages right now, actually, I do have a question. What I find actually very interesting about Zoom is the fact that you have a very strong emphasis on cultural matters, as you know, poetry, music, arts, things like that. So, what would you say, or do you have any guidelines to give to us listeners, or maybe members of Awakening, that what steps did you personally take to develop this direction?
Well, it so happened that I already knew lots of young nationalist artists, so it was kind of easy to get them on board this project. And what my advice would be to, if for example, Sininen Äratys has some artistically inclined people regarding, for example, the jaw harp, as I know you're big enthusiasts of, or Mongolian throat singing or anything like that. Do something public with it. Arrange events with performances or art exhibitions or stuff like this. They are even kind of normie friendly type of events to spread our message. And beauty is really the way into people's souls. So be brave, make music, make art, share your art on social media. The key is not to keep your stuff hidden, but be bold and brave with it.
Thank you very much. We'll definitely keep that in mind. More interesting questions right here coming up. How are you spreading this new nationalist art in all its forms? What platforms are you using, and how is your reach? Now is also a good chance to advertise yourself.
Well, of course, social media is one such place, but our website suunta.info, it has its own subcategory with our artists and their work on display. You can purchase paintings by our painters there. You can check out our musicians' SoundCloud page. Yeah, that's it. But as I said in my speech, the pandemic really put the breaks down regarding live events. But of course, live events are the most preferable option, in my opinion. We will, once the pandemic goes away, we will organize art exhibitions for sure, maybe some live concerts, and of course stream everything and put it on social media. And yeah, that's pretty much it. We haven't really looked into Patreon or pages like that, but some kind of donation collecting would also be an option, and we could put that money into organizing the events or buying the paints and canvases for the painters, stuff like this.
All right, definitely interesting. Another question from our friend in Lithuania, Thomas. Has your organization adopted the ideas of ethnofuturism, and how did it go? And I would also like personally to add to this question, since ethnofuturism is a rising star among right-wing ideologies. How do you, or people in your organization, how do you interpret this ideology?
Well, Suunta was pretty much founded on the idea of ethnofuturism. We took some influence from Sininen Äratus and Kryptis. Funny thing, Suunta in English means the way, which is what I believe Kryptis also means. So thank you for the good name. How have we interpreted it? Well, it's as an art form and also as a rising political movement. I would explain it as keeping your roots in the past, but reaching your branches to the sky. I believe it was Ruben Caleb in his awakening speech when he used the phrase, our roots will give us wings, and that really stuck, and it has a nice ring to it, and it's somewhat of a motto of mine now in my current political endeavors. And what Suunta will do with it, well, it's up to the artists for sure, but remembering traditions but creating something new out of them is the key idea, I believe.
All right. There's one question that has actually popped up a couple of times here from different people. If I can find it real quick. Yes, right here. What is the attitude of the new organizations towards Greater Finland, or the idea of Greater Finland?
Yeah, also I would like to add to Ethnofuturism, the new party I mentioned, Sinimusta Liike, they also have Ethnofuturism mentioned in their party program, so it will certainly be a growing movement in Finland. What is the attitude to Greater Finland? Well, of course, Greater Finland is the big dream of Finnish nationalists. Has been for decades and will be for decades to come. But at the very least, we all wish to get our Karelia back and all the other areas which are currently under siege from Russia, or the areas they stole from us. And Finland had the chance to ask for Karelia back when the Soviet Union collapsed, but the current cuckold leadership of Finland did not do this, and because of that there's some animosity in the radical nationalist scene towards the leaders of that era. But it would certainly be nice to get some more land and free our Finno-Ugric brothers from Putin's iron fist. And yeah, it will be. I predict it will be a real possibility. This was even the Finns Party Youth's point of view back in the day, that when, not if, but when Russia collapses because of economic reasons, because of multi-ethnicity reasons, then will be our chance to take our land back.
Splendid. We'll still have a can take a couple more questions, maybe 2, 3, if you're not in a rush. This one. How would you build collaboration between different Finnish movements like Uudenmaan Akseli and Suunta? I would also actually, again, like to personally add something a bit, maybe collaboration with organizations across the Gulf of Finland.
How would I build a collaboration? Well, collaboration already exists between Suunta and Uudenmaan Akseli. There is some same active members in both of these movements, and also there is some overlap between Suunta and Sinimusta Liike and Suomen Sisu. So in Finland we have the collaboration set up real good. And concerning across the Gulf, I would very much like to do collaborations with Sininen Äratus and Kryptis and all other nationalist, ethnofuturist organizations, even all across Europe, but mainly with our Baltic brothers. That would be ideal, in fact. So yeah, Suunta is always open for collaboration.
That is brilliant to hear, and you will most likely hear from us in Blue Awakening quite soon. If there aren't really any more questions, then if anyone still has anything, then type it now quickly. I don't think that's a question for the speaker. But if there aren't any more questions, then I will thank you, Toni. Definitely very interesting. Good answer for your questions. And I wish you all the best in your endeavors, and hopefully we will cooperate soon enough. Thank you very much.
We surely will, and thank you for having me, and have a great day, everyone.
It was a pleasure. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. All right. That, unfortunately for this year, concludes our conference Etnofutur 5. Unfortunately, one of our speakers, Olena Semeniaka from the National Corps of Ukraine, could not attend due to technical issues today. However, her speech will be live streamed tomorrow at 5 p.m. Estonian time. So definitely stay tuned for that. That will come as well. And without further ado, I think I will all wish you a very pleasant evening. Bless Estonia, bless Europe. God bless every one of you. Thank you for listening. And hopefully we will see you again next year, hopefully live again. Thank you very much. Don't forget about 5 p.m. tomorrow, Olena Semeniaka from the National Corps. So yes, if anyone missed it, Olena will be present tomorrow at 5 p.m. She couldn't come today, unfortunately.